Okay. Okay. So I only got to talk about what I really wanted to talk about for 20 minutes. Something that's constantly on my head. Besides understanding the foot of the horse, every time we do one of these, it's such a blessing to be able to share. See, this is the greatest thing about the internet, about YouTube, about things like that. It really gives people a platform to pour out their hearts freely because when you have a platform to be able to share, and so I would encourage you also to share everything you can. Let's see. Um, Let me put on a picture here real quick. Hold on. Let me get over here. So I don't imagine people appreciate being the main attraction. Oh gosh, hold on. Let's see. Let's share a screen. I know I got to have a picture of something here. I can share it. There we go. We'll just put that on there while I'm yapping. Okay, so let me see this thing. New share. Now, this is what should be showing on YouTube is this picture now. Okay, I think it's gonna come on. Hold on. Oh, there we go. All right. Okay, so anyway, everybody welcome. If you just got here, you're probably very blessed because you just missed my rant and stuff. My opening monologue that I don't record and stuff. And I just want to say what a blessing it is. Um, all these years to be able to share things, to have an open platform like YouTube and where I started out and on forums, which were great, sharing things on forums. See, before these Facebook groups and stuff, for a long time had a forum. Wish I still had it, but something accident happened. It didn't get paid for, and they deleted it. But anyway, because we had a lot of history on there. So um, anyway, just it's such a blessing to be able to share because let me tell you something about being able to speak freely. We need to be able to speak freely and to share things because that's how you grow. And in doing these hoof evaluations and us coming here and talking about things, um, it's really helped me understand and read the foot better, trying to figure out, okay, what's going on with this person's horse's foot and all that. And so, I would encourage you to just share things with people as you learn things. Um, and do not be afraid to be wrong. Okay. That's what tact, the anatomically correct trim is built on, being wrong. That sounds funny. Um, but what that means is, uh, I just wanted to help my horse, and I just wanted him to have good feet, and I assumed that the vets and everybody they knew the anatomy, and so I was studying it because my horse wasn't having good feet, and I was wondering what's going on. And as I did that, I would find things that were taught that I once believed that were not correct. And so at first, sometimes it was kind of scary because it was like, well, how could the authorities be wrong? I guess we're finding that out, aren't we? And so I would correct myself. And, I like to find out when I am wrong because when you're wrong, you always lose. You're always going to pay a consequence. And so every time you find out that you're wrong about something, that means you're one step closer to knowing the truth and to being successful. And I would think that when it comes to anatomy, that we have to have a perfect understanding of anatomy in every area, human and animal. Um, because our very lives and the lives of our beloved pets and horses and stuff, they depend on that. So we can't go just relying on the anatomical studies of some French guy back in the mid 1700s. But that is exactly what these vet schools have done. And so he was wrong about his understanding of anatomy, but it got written in the beginning of academia in the veterinary schools. And man, once that's written in the halls of academia, that's it. I mean, it's pulling teeth. It's pulling teeth to get them to change anything. Because if the common man, that's us, if if they're wrong about one thing, well, my goodness, maybe they're wrong about some other things too. You know, and I was thinking today about how if it's a screwed up in hoof care and in the halls of academia and the veterinary medical field, okay, is so bizarrely screwed up when it comes to the horse's foot. What's going on in the medical field? you know, Probably nothing good. So anyway, it's good to find out when you're wrong. Don't be afraid to be wrong and stuff about anything in your life. See, I just assume that I'm a person that likes to check, recheck, and check again. And so everything that we now believe intact, we will recheck and check again and check again and check again and check again. And we will never, ever, ever rest on our laurels that we have the full, unadulterated truth. What we know for now, we believe is true. And what we're finding too about the horse's foot is that it can be true at one point, but not true at another. And so there was an example of that in a recent post, and that had to do with the shape of a horse's foot and when you trim to try and get the correct shape. So I'm going to start out. I just want to share that post with you and try and explain this because it's something that we have had to learn by misfortunes, by misfortune of the horse sometimes. And by that, I mean, you're doing the right thing at the wrong time. And so the horse is the one that's going to have to suffer for that. Your feelings will suffer for sure. But ultimately, physically, emotionally, it's the horse that really does the suffering. And so what we're trying to do is learn and get so that we do this corrective trimming, because really that is what tact is all about. It's about corrective trimming. It's about knowing what the true foot of the horse is. See, that has been a real struggle, figuring out what is the true foot of the horse. And then once you know it, up to whatever then trying to get from where your horse is at to that state. And so you can do the right thing, but it's at the wrong time. It would be the right thing at a different time in the advancement of the growth and restoration of the foot. And then it's not going to make the horse sore, or if he gets a little bit tender, it's only going to be for maybe a day. Because what we're doing is we're trying to understand how to completely reverse as much as possible the distortion that has taken place in that foot. And so as we go, we find that there are still things in our head that was deposited there by former teaching that was based on error and not on truth. And so, I'm always finding something. Oh, there's another one. Used to be like, I'd be real shocked. I can't believe this. Now it's just, I just go, oh, there's another one. There's another little saying that isn't true or something like that. And so we're trying to get rid of all the falsehood and then discover and understand all the truth, because what we want is a clear, concise, pure understanding of that foot. What is the true foot? How does it get distorted? How can we bring it back? What do we do at what time? And see, the foot can be very deceptive because it has like several false versions of itself. And so it's easy also sometimes to mistake one thing for another thing. All right, so I'm going to go to that. I'm going to go to that post if I can find it here. So just a second. Let's see. Go to that post, and I'm going to read it and show you the picture, and we're just going to discuss this. Let's see, because sometimes here's the deal that happens. So I found out I trimmed the heels out of my horse for 10 years and discovered it one day, and then started trying to figure out. I thought it was just a matter of grow heel. Well, come to find out, it wound up being a much bigger deal than that. And so even though I had gone through these different stages, it was hard to communicate that to someone who is just starting to go through that stage. And so I might be telling them to do something that I was doing at the stage I was at, when they should be doing what I did when I first started. See, it's taken a while for me to understand and kind of get this together, which I'm starting to understand a lot more now, to be able to help people in a better way so that their horses, don't get sore unnecessarily. And there is never really a necessary. We're not at all like that. Unfortunately, though, sometimes it's going to happen anyway, for one reason or another. Who knows? But that is not the norm with us. We are not transitioning for 7, 8, 20 years here and blaming this on transition. No, no, no. What we want to see is these horses start to get stronger and better and feel better, with each trim. Not, you do a trim and he's sore for 2 weeks after, and just about the time he feels good, oh, here comes the trimmer again, or you, either one. So let's see here. Okay, so let me go to Facebook. My computer's slow. And this was a post I did. It was on another, we have so many people posting some good things I'm seeing here. Just a minute, I got a new share. Okay. I really rain on people's parades sometimes. Let's see. Okay, here it is. Let's see. Okay, so this was actually this foot here was actually on another post on another group page that we have, and it was about dealing with the sides of the toe here so that you don't have a round foot. Okay, and so because here, right here is your front foot. Over here, you see how it's shaped? It's not round. Okay, even if we were to put a hoof wall on it, it's not round, it's oval. And so we know if it gets round, let me get an annotation here, just a minute. Okay, we know if it gets, oh, just a second, what color should I use? And we'll use red. Just a second. We know if it gets round, like, okay, so if this had a hoof wall, we're going to see what the hoof wall would look like. I'm gonna go around here. I'm trying to keep the same distance. Oh, that's not very good. Down here somewhere. Something like that. Okay, so that'd be your hoof wall. So we know that if it is not, a front foot is not oval like this, then we have accidentally often let this part of the foot grow too high and too long. We didn't catch it right there. And so this is so tricky. And so, oh God. So there's a lot of things going on here, and sometimes hard to explain because we're not dealing with just a flat object. We're dealing with 3-4D. We're dealing with first of all a foot that's a certain size and a certain shape, and then a capsule that is supposed to grow form fitted to this foot, but depending on how it wears or how it's trimmed, it can get deformed or distorted. And then because the this much, I'll show you. Well, this here, all this here is soft cartilage and fat. All of that there. And so all of that can be deformed. The only hard part right here is the bone, coffin bone, right there. 2/3 of this foot is soft cartilage and fat. The whole back of this foot has to be supported in a specific way so that it maintains its form. And then when it maintains its form, only then will it have correct function. And so, and only then can the capsule, the functioning part of the capsule, which is the frog, actually work. The rest of it is semi-stable, just a stabilizer. The frog itself it helps provide the function of the foot. And so the frog has to be in a specific form, in a specific location. The heel buttresses as well, this in the sides of the foot. Okay, let's just do this real quick to remind you that's kind of ugly. Okay, but you got to remember the horn tubule starts growing up here. It grows down here. Here's where it connects with the sole in a specific spot. And for the life of the horse, it is supposed to connect there, right here with the sole. Then they grow down to the ground together. Here, the sole dies off after about an inch, and the wall continues to grow and hopefully gets worn off right there. So, and all these horn tubules, longest in the center of the toe, gradually receding and staying in alignment as they go all the way back to the heel, which it's a little different right here because of the shape of the inner foot. So the back of the capsule is, this would be periopal skin right here. Okay, so your horn tubules are like this. Okay, so all the way up through here. You got to remember that. So that then when I'm looking at this foot, there are certain things I can tell here that a lot of times if you have a good foot with heel like this and all your horn tubules are lined up, you're going to have a clean white line all the way around, you know, the white line that's really yellow that goes all the way around. This is getting pretty ugly here. Let me undo that. Just a second. So you're going to have a clean white line. Just pretend this is internal. This is where the sole and wall have merged here. Okay, except it's not in the heel buttress. So it'd be, wait a minute. Wait, back this up a bit. Be around the toe, clear up here to the heel buttress, which is right here. This whole thing here is heel buttress. There's no white line. This curves around and goes under the bar there, like so. Okay, so when your heels are correct, which, what's the one thing you should notice on this horse here? No heels. This horse has no heel at all. And so that means that, just a second here, let me get, that means that, hold on, get a different color. It has no heel at all. And so that means his hairline's probably maybe like this, you know, or it could be up here like this, but the bulbs would be wrapped in. See, there's two different forms that take place when the heels are trimmed out here and the hairline is dropped down. One, it starts going forward like this as well. And sometimes it can be pulled up like this, but what's happening is these bulbs are being wrapped around behind and in like this. So you can have what seems like heel, but in reality, it's not. Okay, this would not be heel. The true heel, the heel buttress would have been wrapped up around in here, like so. Well, maybe wrapped up and become part of the bar even, is what'll happen. So, just a minute here, let me undo some stuff. Okay, so anyway, so to get back to what we're getting to, is the fact that you don't have a round foot. And we're going to discuss how the foot gets round and how you should correct this at a certain time. Like if the horse does not have any heels, like what you see here, this horse has no heel whatsoever. And this is bulbs and periopal are pulled under the foot. And I want you to look over here. What do you see over here? You see a dirty white line, right? And another thing you can see on this foot, I can see anyway, is that this foot is trimmed down to the nubbin. Okay, down to live sole. There is no excess sole in this foot. You can, on the original picture, you can see the outline of the toe of the coffin bone right there. And so if I were to come in here on a foot that is like this one down here, you know, that has the right amount of heel and everything, on that foot, if this area grows out like this and then jams up, see, like this to the front of your foot, and so you'll see it kind of go up like this because the wall is jammed up this way because you left the sides of the toe too long. On that foot, you can rasp it down lower and also bevel it back so that it will correct itself. Because see, all your horn tubules here, just a minute, all your horn tubules here are in alignment. And what has happened is you just left them a little bit long like that. And what happened was they wound up pushing up like this. Okay. And if they didn't push up like that, then another thing they do is they will push out this way. They will flare out that way. Okay. A lot of times they'll flare out before they push up because the foot is made, since the wall is dovetailed, they're going to take the least path of resistance. And it just kind of depends on the foot. Sometimes they will just push all the way up and you'll see a rise in the hairline up here. But after they get so high, they won't push up anymore. Then they will start to flare down at the bottom like this. Okay. And really what happens is you've been leaving this long for a long time, and gradually it just pushed up and it pushed the hairline up or however far it would go. And then it started to flare out right here. And so sometimes you can sight down the foot and you'll see this area is high, and you can take it down some. A lot of times you have to bevel the wall to release it, and let it come and give it room. So you got to give it room down here to slide back down, bring the hairline down, and then the flare will suck back in. See? So let me undo some stuff here. So that's one thing you can do with a foot that has some heel and some height to it. This foot here, I'm going to show you what's going on with this foot here, or could be. Let's put it that. Don't, always be careful, because let me undo this just a second here. Okay, always be careful in judging just the bottom of the foot, but I can tell you what I think is going on here from what I see, because I do see the outline of the coffin bone here pretty clearly. But you see how this is dirty in here? And then it's dirty here. I mean, you're down to the nubbin already. You can barely get a clean white line up here. Let's see. Right up in here, you kind of got a clean white line to about there. Then it starts getting dirty. Let's see. Starts getting dirty all around here. Okay, so the reason of that would be that the horn tubules, again, trying to draw a decent foot, the horn tubule that, again, it's repetition, boy, you got to repeat a lot, that started growing down from here, that joined up with the sole right here and joined to the ground. See, they're married forever right in there. That somehow over time, either because the heels got trimmed low. See, if I trim the heels low on this, you know what it does? It's going to set that horn tubule at an angle like that. And that's going to force it to keep growing forward like this. But another thing that happens is if you just don't pay attention, you could, because I've done this, I've gotten my foot to where all my horn tubules were lined up when they used to be like that. So they're all lined up like that. But I quit paying attention to the quarters here. And over time, they just snuck up on me like that. And you know what happens when they do that? Well, they just tend to want to take the heels with them like that. So they can still pull all this forward under here. That would be why you have an underrun heel, and it doesn't want to come back, because you've got horn tubules in the quarters here that are forward. And so we're looking at this foot, and we see that it has a dirty white line in here. A lot of times, if you have a dirty white line or a stretched white line in here, it is because your horn tubule that grows down here was supposed to connect. And technically now, these horn tubules are not connecting with the sole, but the lamina directly on the other side internally that is lined up with them is connected to the lamina. Horn tubules tell you where they are, and they grow down right here, join with the sole, and then grow down to the ground together. So if your horn tubules here have gotten out of alignment and pushed forward, you will not be able to rasp a foot flat, well, a level plane on the foot, and get a clean white line that's yellow and still have sole that you haven't rasped, over rasped to make the horse sore. So I'll show you an example. And so, well, let me go back to this. So that's what I see on this foot. There's no heels. So chances are the horn tubules and the lamina are not connected in the correct place right here. Right here. They're, they could be moved out even that much, and you're not going to get a clean white line because that whole area is stretched. But what you'll see is that when you work with these and you understand how to get them back, which on this foot, you're going to have to grow some heel before you even attempt that. Because that's what I first had to do, was grow in some heel. Then once I got some height in the back of the foot, then I could work with getting the horn tubules back so I could connect them in here and get a clean white line. And I mean, there's always exceptions to this rule. Because right now, I pretty much think I have a clean white line in this one foot, but I still got some horn tubules that are kind of far forward in a quarter. So, but this is a general rule. And so if we have a foot here that has low heels like this, let me undo this. We have a foot that has low heels. First thing we want to do is start growing in some heel. See, it's going to make the capsule a little bigger too as you do that. You see that? This is kind of what it does. So you're going to want to get some elevation in the back of this foot. This is actually the way it grows.
So Linda, what do we trim to get that elevation? How do we get that?
Okay, what I did was I started growing this area right here. Let me get a different color, just a minute. The very back of the point of the heel buttress right here. I started measuring that from the collateral groove, because sometimes you can have bulb skins that are almost 2 inches thick, wide. So you're wanting to know what is the actual length of the very heel itself, from the bottom of the collateral groove where it starts to grow up. And then I would measure over to here as well. And I'm wanting to grow this whole area here. And so I allow this to grow higher than the sole. If these aren't 2 inches, well, this actually from here to here, you want to grow at least an inch. But you don't want to grow it so high with no sole in there that the wall buckles, but you want this wall to be above the sole. And so you want to weight this and you want to grow it and you want to keep it growing. I've got some videos of what I was doing from 2015 on our mare and my gilding when I was restoring heel. Well, I wasn't restoring heels. What I was doing was I could see that in order to correct what I thought were underrun heels, but were really trimmed out heels. Okay, I thought that, because see, my heels were like this, right here, low, and I couldn't see how a horn tubule that was like this was going to move back and kick this thing here that was underrun up. So I thought, okay, I'm going to grow my heels, which is going to make my foot more like this. Imagine if you could rotate that though. So this is standing flat, so that then this horn tubule could kick that one, that could kick that one, and then finally it'd be a domino effect, and my underrun heel that was here, they could kick them back up like that. That was my thinking. It was structurally, I just saw that no way is a horn tubule here going to move back and kick up a little, well, and I had real low underrun heels like that. How is that going to happen? That's not going to happen. So I thought, okay, well, I'll just grow that thing out. And so that is what I was technically doing. Now, at the time, I did not know that if you wait, first of all, I didn't know that my heels were even trimmed out. I just thought they were underrun. And so I didn't know also that if I weight this part of the wall, it would start adding capsule in up here at the top. Let me show you that again, what it does. Just a second, let me get a different color. See, when you trim the heels out, the capsule gets smaller and smaller and smaller and compresses the back of that foot into there. So as we're restoring this capsule, we want the capsule itself to enlarge. See, you're not just growing heel wall, you know, down here. You're not just growing that heel down from here. Okay, that's what I thought at the time. What's happening is, as you grow it and as it's weighted down here, it's because all this cartilage is pulling up and under a lot of pressure anyway to pull up. As the growth comes in, if you weight the wall down here, as the growth comes in, it will add it into the capsule like that. See how this added a little bit right in here? It does that because up above there, you just have no idea the amount of tremendous pressure internally that foot is under, with all the cartilages being bent and forced down, and that huge fatty digital cushion just being compressed down. So much pressure pushing out. And so if you weight the wall down here, what'll happen is that growth, instead of coming down here and pushing down, because it pushing down like that, instead that growth will push up like this. That growth will stay. It isn't that the growth pushes it up, it's that the foot is pulling up itself and it's leaving the growth in the capsule. See, and so it will, what'll happen is it'll grow up like this, and it'll just start adding capsule wall in like so. I'm gonna, and as it does too, it'll unwrap the foot, and it unwraps parts of the heel buttress corium that has been covered up and not growing. And you'll actually see new heel buttress start to grow back here. And the foot will just get longer like this. Until you have added, look, this much capsule in right here to make the overall capsule bigger. The foot has the internal foot that was compressed and bent and bound up will expand to its true size, and the capsule will get bigger. Literally, the capsule itself gets bigger. So see, again, it's not a matter of growing heel down here. See, oh, well, we're just going to grow these heels longer. See, no. Now we are going to grow them longer with the intent of putting weight on the wall in here so that it will encourage this wall that's growing in to remain here and allow the foot to lift up and expand. Now, does that make sense?
I think so.
Well, let me explain that again. Let's look at a hoof capsule.
So in doing that, Linda, we would be more trimming the quarters and the toe quarters down and not doing too much with the heel quarter, just kind of keeping it level but not trimming it down, right?
Yeah, and then, you know, as this is happening, there's some other things that are going to be happening too. You will be paying attention to this. Let's see here. Just a minute. Oh, now why did my stupid thing do that? Come here. Hold on. Let me get a different color. Let's do this color. Okay, so like this horn tubule that was supposed to be, see, it would have been supposed to be here. Okay, will come back to here. So you pay attention to those horn tubules too, but when the heels are real low, like where you started, there's just no way that's going to come back much. But as you are growing in the heel, you will see opportunities to help these come back. And remember how we do that? You bevel so that this is not, while this back here between there and there is ground bearing because you let it grow like 1/4 of an inch above the sole at least so that it bears weight. And again, you're also wanting to grow this part of the heel at least an inch high. Okay. While this part is ground bearing, this part really isn't bearing a lot of weight. You're just kind of maintaining it. But then it can get to a place where you've grown enough in here to add some height that you may be able to bevel that back to where there's no weight bearing on parts of that. And as you do so, then it will be able to fall back and come back like that. So, you know, there's a number of things you just keep an eye on as you're doing this. And so this toe pillar here that's wide on this foot, if you were to take this down at this time, that'd make this horse really sore. Even though this is not the shape of the foot and the toe pillars or toe quarters may be flared out, all right, you can't really correct that. And I wouldn't even worry about it because it's down the line. Because look, if I have a horn tubule here that's pushed forward and they just happen to push out here in the toe, like so, okay, I'm going to have to grow in some heel. And then after I got some height, kind of work on bringing this back, then I'll be able to correct this toe so that it is more the shape of this foot here. And so while if I had a hoof capsule that was already grown and it got kind of out of shape because I was leaving the sides of the toe too long, then I could correct it by taking it down and beveling it. But I would not want to do that on a foot with no heels because you'll wind up with a sore horse. And you can't always just cut everything to specs on a foot that has no heels and has no sole and all this other stuff. See, so you know what we're talking about here is just hoof growth and how the hoof becomes distorted and gets long in the toe here, and how you can't always just correct it and make it form fit the foot. You have to grow it back. See, I would be growing this back as this foot expanded. So anyway, does that make some sense?
I think so. Thank you.
Okay, I want to do something here. Hold on. I want to know, because this is all I want you, there's one thing I want you to understand today, and that is how the hoof capsule adds capsule back in, adds wall back into the capsule after it's trimmed out. There's one thing I think is vital to understand here. How does the hoof capsule get trimmed out and become smaller? And then how do we add capsule back into it and it becomes bigger? How does it get smaller and it's attached to the foot and it pulls that foot into that smaller unit, smaller circumference, smaller container? And then how do we grow it back so that it does the exact reverse? The hoof capsule itself gets bigger. Just a minute here. Because I just think this is something people really need to understand, because this is what we're doing. When we trim the heels out, we are making the capsule smaller. When we are restoring the foot, it is a process of making the capsule bigger and adding wall into the capsule. So let me let me think of a foot I can explain this on. Let me go get a foot. Just a second here. Well, I think I found one. Just a second. Oh. We can use this. Just a second. New share. Okay, so here's your horse's foot. This is the true foot of the horse. Now, this is my mare, Molly, that died in 2016 that I trimmed for 10 years, 11 years with barefoot trimming. Although in 2015 till she died in January of, or well, when was it? Can't remember. In 2016, I think it was July or something like that. I had been restoring her feet for about a year. And so originally, this is what the foot would look like right here. Okay, lots of heel. Here's the coronary band, and do you see how the coronary band comes back to here, and then here's your heel. That's the heel right there. Okay, that's your true heel of the horse. Now this grows the heel buttress of the capsule. Let's see. I'm trying to decide if I want to open we're going to do this. I'll just do an annotate here. So yeah, let's use green, whatever. All right, so that heel buttress grows from this right up about to here. This is what a heel buttress is truly shaped like. And it's connected by lamina to the back of the heel here. Okay, so that is the true heel buttress right there. Here's your wall. Let's see. Move my thing. So you see that the heel buttress here is a triangular pillar of solid wall that props up the back of this foot. You see that? Now I want you to look over here, what I've done right here. Now this is her real foot here. This is what was done to her foot. And even when she died, she had this. So she didn't really have a real heel buttress. Okay, and most of these horses don't, because you see this here, this gets wrapped, this gets pulled down. Well, you can see it's pulled down here on her. Okay, so the heel buttress that should be that's growing here, okay, it's compressed. This corium right in here is compressed up against the back of the heel. It's not growing anything. Sometimes it'll get wrapped around the side of the foot, and it can grow, probably can grow what we might think is bar, you know, because it's like been shoved around up where the bar is. But right here, see, the heel buttress should be growing from the bottom of that right in here, but it's pressed up against there. And so what happens is anything that gets covered over or compressed like that, it stops growing. So you only have what you think is a heel buttress. It's not real heel buttress. Let me undo this here. Hold on. And so nobody even knows this is really happening. And so let's see here. Now, I think the heel buttress is pretty amazing back here for how it supports the heel. Now, all of this is soft cartilage and fat. Let me draw in a coffin bone. Hold on there. Get white. So the coffin bone, I'm not saying this is going to be perfect, is like this. Something like that. So all this is cartilage. Your heels are actually cartilage. And all this, then in the center you have clear up into here is digital cushion. Well, there's bone in there too, but all up under here, digital cushion, cartilage, soft tissues, everything's soft up here. And so this foot here can actually be reduced in size clear to here. Clear to here. All of this can be curled down, curled inward, compressed into a smaller capsule that is made from incorrect heel trimming alone. Or wear, horse could wear it that way too. But seldom do they wear them that way. Most of the time, they're trimmed that way. In the wild, they could wear them like that if they had to travel 20, 30 miles to get water and food every day because there's a drought, or like in really severe places in the outback or something like that, maybe. But most of the time, wild horses don't always have feet like that are totally worn out. And we know that now because we can got lots and lots and lots of pictures of wild horses that they didn't have when this whole barefoot movement started, that was based on one dead wild horse that wore its heels out. So everybody's getting offended. Okay, so let's see here. Let me undo this. Hold on. Okay, so what I'm tried to show here is the internal lamina of the hoof capsule right here. And let me get something here. Hold on. Get a different color. Oh, what color do I want? Well, we'll just go with green. Okay, so again, here's your heel buttress right here. Now, this is how your wall is attached to this coronary band all the way around. You see how it's kind of a half circle? This little half circle in here on the capsule is called the coronary band groove, because this coronary band fits into that groove. And then you've got your internal lamina. Let's see, we'll just make it yellow. Okay, so the internal lamina is connected right here to the sensitive lamina of the inner foot, and they grow down like this, where right here are these little dots. That's where there is a different kind of corium that injects a rubber cement, a biological rubber type cement, into the lamina of the hoof capsule to attach this sole to the wall. And then they are permanently attached and they grow down to the ground together like that. That would be internally. Now, looking for a color for external. I'll use blue. Let's just say we're going to use blue for external. So on the outside here is on the very close to the very other side in the thickness of the wall. See, you see how I got the thickness of the wall here? Wait a minute. Here. We're just gonna, how do I want to do this? Okay, there's your thickness of the wall. Whatever. Okay, so up here you have a horn tubule adjacent. Okay, see how this lamina here is adjacent to this horn tubule here? Well, that goes all the way around till you get to here. Okay, so here you have on the outside, you will see a horn tubule. Okay, and it should go in about the same space adjacent to the internal lamina that hooked up with the sole, where they grew and they all, this helps support it all in the wall thickness there, right there. See, that's showing the thickness of the wall from here to here. So right here on the other side is that wall, the external wall you can see, and the horn tubule you can see, and it gives you a clue as to whether your lamina on the inside is actually even connected to the place on the foot where it's supposed to be. Right here again. Okay, so all along here, horn tubules, they're the size of hairs, so there's many of them, as well as many lamina leaves on the internal foot called the sensitive lamina. So you can kind of see it better over here. You see these little leaves? And so we read those. Again, you see where I put these little yellow dots right up here? That's to represent the exact place where the internal lamina that is adjacent to this horn tubule is supposed to connect with the sole. And then they support the sole, they grow down to the ground together, connected by a glue that is injected into the internal lamina of the hoof wall, called the insensitive lamina. It's like leaves, paper, like sheets of paper. And so this foot has to be a specific way. You see the heel on this horse? Okay. Now let's think about, you've all seen pictures of a typical barefoot, right? Here, let me get one up just to refresh your memory. Hold on here. Where should I go to get one? Just a second. Pictures. Hold on, I gotta shut off my annotator for a second. Go over here to memes. Hold on, we need to look at a picture. Hold on. JKLM, oh, hoof. FGH. Hoof, hoof. Hold on, I gotta find a offensive meme. Okay, we'll do this one. Or this one. Here, this is better. New share. Here we go. Okay, time to get offended. There we go. Okay, so this foot here is touted as the ideal foot every horse should have. But what if your horse doesn't have an internal foot like this? All horses have an inner foot. This is the internal foot of the horse. Now I want you to look at the heel on this horse. You see it? So what would happen if I tried to force this horse's foot, which is a wild foot too, by the way, into this capsule? What would I have to do? You would have to crush and smash and contort this foot here to make it fit into that capsule there. Well, now this horse over time living out in the wild for one reason or another could have been born into drought, might have deformed its feet since it was a foal, didn't, because if a foal is in a very dry climate, or if something happens to where their frog will not release, then they can wind up with a foot similar to this, because the frog will hold the internal foot and keep it from growing to the size it's supposed to be. Or a horse can gradually just from wear its heels out and pull the whole back of the foot down and compress it. See, once you strip the frog out of the foot, this foot here, all this foot here is a thin layer of frog. This foot here has this is a wild horse too. This horse has a big, thick layer of frog, and so does this foot over here. But when you trim the heels out, over rasp the heels, you can make a foot look similar to this. And so that is what basically got everybody in the world doing, is trying to force their horses' feet into this model. So let's see, I'm going to close that because I want to find a different one. Hold on. Just a second here. Let me put this back on here for a minute while I go find a picture. Okay, is that showing again?
Yes.
Okay, let me go find a different picture. See, this is all I want people to understand today. Okay, we started out understanding how to trim the pillars, but man, if you don't understand how this foot is being, this hoof capsule is being reduced in size, and what the real foot is, you know, the real foot is the foot, internal foot. This foot is covered with skin. This is skin. This is not just tissue attached to a coffin bone. Okay, these horses, this is skin. I have proved this in many dissections that this thing is covered with skin, and the skin on the leg. And of course, then I can tell too, this was something I did a long time ago because I forgot to add the rest of the foot. See, did anybody notice? Oh, well, here you have the rest of the foot right here over on this side. Okay, this part up here is as much a part of the foot as anything down here. Up here, this cartilage, which they call ungual or lateral cartilage, okay, this thing, it goes clear down into here like that. And so this is much a part of the foot. Now this skin grows the hair, and then this skin grows the periopal skin and the hoof wall, and attaches the inner hoof wall lamina to the foot, and grows the has the periopal skin, or has the skin corium that emits the glue into the hoof wall to attach to the sole and grows the sole. All this is skin, and this whole thing here is your horse's foot, and 1/3 of it is bone, and 2/3 of it is soft tissue. Okay, and so that soft tissue, and this foot can be bent totally in half, and then a hoof capsule grow to encapsulate it that looks like a beer can. Okay, this foot can be contorted and twisted and compressed in the back, pulled down, pulled in, turned in, folded into a smaller capsule that develops from overwear, or especially over trimming of the heels buttresses of this hoof capsule. As you overlower these heels by not understanding the whole configuration of how this capsule is supposed to grow from this foot in a certain way to maintain its shape. You see, I show you right here how the heel buttress corium gets pulled down and compressed this way. Well, guess what? It can also, I didn't know it when I did this illustration, because this was a few years ago. Let's see, when was this? This was in 2020. Okay, so I didn't know it then that these were not just being pulled down and compressed right here, that they can literally be curled and spooled into the center of the foot, just like you're rolling a scroll. That was to come later. So this foot, 1/3 bone, 2/3 soft cartilage and fat is dependent on having a precise, what would you call it? Precise configuration to the back of that foot. And so it's supposed to grow like this, what you see here, with the heel buttress that is supporting the back of the foot. And then in the frog, in the central sulcus of the frog corium, in that foot, grows a big chunk of frog that is called the frog stay. And Bracy Clark, who named it, called it the first thing he called it was the bolt. And why is that? Because wherever that thing's moved to, it's going to bolt that foot right there. And so when this is a principle of when we're trimming, we start making a central sulcus and cleaning that out well, so that as we are restoring the foot, the whole foot can move. Because as this foot gets its heels trimmed out and as it becomes compressed like this, well, first of all, look how it becomes shorter. Just right here, you can even see it. See, if I have a heel buttress here, that's different than if I have something just right here. That's almost at least a 1/2 inch just right there. Because that heel, in some of these horses, that heel buttress that grows from that corium when it's correct can be almost a 1/2 inch. And see, here's the thing too, that heel buttress that grows from that stabilizes the whole hoof wall. You got to have these two big pillars back here to stabilize the whole wall. When you don't have it, it's real funny. Sometimes you'll see pictures of these walls. They look almost like they're melting because there's no stabilization. And so the frog stay, when it is in the correct place, in the frog, which is way back here, and the heel buttress, that's what stabilizes that whole foot and keeps this foot in the shape and the form. See, they're always talking about form and function. Well, when you don't have this precise form, you're not going to have the perfect and precise function that that foot was intended to have. And so anyway, I need some water. Oh, hold on. Alrighty, so we want to understand, first and foremost, this is your horse's foot. Second, you are dealing with a hoof capsule. You are dealing with two objects, and each one has an effect on the other. And this hoof capsule, if it is trimmed wrong or worn wrong, it has a direct impact on the foot and can deform it. And of course, when you're deformed, you're not going to have the best function either. And so as you take away and destroy the true function of that foot, it just travels right on up the leg into the horse's body and into his mind, you know, because it's no fun having inflamed, sore feet all the time. I can tell you that. I've had foot problems my whole life. So, okay, so you're dealing with two objects. This object is, I wouldn't say eternal, okay, but it's permanent. All right, that's the horse's foot, no matter what. This object here grows from this, and it is temporal. It is temporary. Whatever you have growed on there today won't be there next year if things go right. You know, when they don't go right is when you see, you know, those feet with the big long curled up toes and things like that. But you can like retain sole and I mean different things like that that could cause problems. But ideally, you want this thing is growing on and off 24/7. So this has to have a specific configuration, which it does, and it grows a certain way, and anything out of what I am showing you here would be hoof distortion. Now, notice that this horse has a lot of heel. I mean, I didn't make this up, okay? Let me show you another foot that has the same configuration of heel. Now, this is all cartilage. Now, I can take my nose and press it over on the side of my face. Okay, cartilage bends. And so when you trim the heels out of these horses, this cartilage gets crushed. Like, just a minute here. Go back to annotate. Okay, so this heel here, as you lower the heels, it crushes this heel up like this. Okay, and it can, I can't really simulate it here. Okay, but it can bend this whole foot up to where instead of being flat like this, it's bent up like that. That's what it can do. Because when you start taking all this anatomy here and pulling it down and pushing it forward, well, all this has to go somewhere. See, and this is a big key. You have to remember that if I move this piece here, well, it's not, even though there ain't nothing right in there, except heel buttress was supposed to grow there, still, it doesn't matter. If I move this, there was something else where this got moved to, right? It had to move too. And so one thing that moves here is the base of the frog corium, which is attached to the back of here. Let's get a picture of that. Let's see here. Oh, well, here, just to, so you know, we'll look at this here real quick. Okay, so here's your coffin bone. The rest of that foot is soft cartilage and fat. See, that soft, the digital cushion, everything fills up all this in here, along with cartilage from the heels. And it's above the hairline and back here. So that's all cartilage and fat. And the interesting thing is you can actually strip the frog stay out of the foot. And when you do, it leaves a nice big space that you can just fold everything up else into. Let's see here. So here, do a new share. Now, this was a very good foot, an anatomically correct foot. I want you to see how big the true frog stay is right there. And look at that space between the bulbs. Now, a lot of times what is happening is when heels get trimmed out, if these bulbs get compressed, there'll be a crack here. It can be covered up with periopal skin, but sometimes it'll be open and there'll be a crack and people think it's thrush. When in reality, you just trimmed the heels out, the frog stay got stripped out of the foot, and you squeeze the bulbs together. Just, okay, hold on a second while I go find another photo. Because I want to show the back of this foot. Oh, here we go. Wait a second. Let's just look at this here. Okay, so here's the back of your foot. Now this was really an anatomically correct foot that had no distortion. There was some distortion in the toe quarters and the quarters a bit, but none of the distortion on this foot. This foot had heels. None of the distortion on this foot had affected the internal foot. And so you have a good foot here. Look at that. That's your horse's heel. And of course, there's a big heel buttress that grows and attaches to that from right back here. But I want you to see how you see this part right here. This is the coronary band right here. Let me go back to this other one. That would be this area right here. See that? That's what we're looking at when we look at that piece right there. This piece right here. So that is on a foot that has not been deformed or distorted. So this is what you're looking at right here. But what it's not like it's an island, okay? It's not like it's just its own little separate piece of anatomy sticking out of there. No, it's connected to this. You know what this is, right? What's that? Somebody tell me what that is. I'm gonna wait. What?
The frog corium?
Amen. Yeah. So blessed. One person knew. Okay. My job here is done. No. Okay. So this is your heel buttress corium up here. Now your periopal is kind of right in here. It's kind of hard to see, but your heel buttress corium is up here, and you've got periopal corium here too. Hold on. Okay, so this is connected right into here. This is your frog corium right here. And right here is the central sulcus that grows what we call the frog stay. And when then you look on the bottom of the foot, they go, well, that's the central sulcus. Well, guess what? That's all one big chunk in there of frog that grows in between there. And it's to keep the bulbs separated. And it's also to function with the foot as part of the suspension system, as well as a part that maintains the shape of the foot along with the heel buttresses that grow from here on the edges of the heels. And of course, right in here, you would have your bar right there. But you see this piece of heel buttress corium that grows the heel buttress. Okay, when you trim that heel buttress out and that thing gets pulled down and shoved over this, shoved over this way, this can be wrapped right, it wraps right into here, right into here. Well, right around there and over there, and this, then the frog gets pushed forward. You see, nothing on here is an island. If this piece is affected, it's going to affect this piece, it's going to affect that piece, it's going to affect that piece, and that piece right on up to the apex of the frog. And then this right here, oh my goodness, what happens to that? All this piece here, it gets pulled way down and under the foot. This whole piece that should be up behind the foot gets pulled down under, or the heels get wrapped around in like this. And it all becomes compressed into a smaller capsule. Now, I want to show you a foot that was incorrectly trimmed by a professional barefoot trimmer that was trained in Germany with Hildred Strasser. Okay, and then come over here and studied on a bunch of other people, big names. Okay, so this was this person's personal horse that they had for quite a long time. And it had to be put down due to what the vet said was shredded tendons. This is from trimming the heels out of these horses, trying to force a ground parallel coffin bone on these horses, because see, they don't have a ground parallel coffin bone. That coffin bone is set in that foot at an angle. Which I'll show you here in a minute. But I want you to see this foot. Where are the heels? Look at the back of the foot. See, when this was affected and all this was pulled down, the heels were pushed under like this, bent in, crushed. So kind of take a study of those two there. See the difference? So this is how a foot can be deformed by trimming. And look at the so-called medial lateral imbalance it created. See? So, trimming these heel buttresses out of these horses deforms the whole back of the foot. So we need to understand what is the true foot of the horse, that's the inner foot, and what it's supposed to look like. Because let me tell you another thing they do now. Now, they're taking and removing the capsules off these off these horses they've mistrimmed, for 20 years whose feet are deformed, and they're removing the capsules and they're trying to teach that that's the way the foot's supposed to look. I got this all documented. So, because they don't know. They don't know the foot's deformed. Just like what Bracy Clark said. Here, just a second here. I'll show you what he said. Go to pictures. Anyway, keep in mind here, and keep me on track as well, that all we're learning today is how this hoof capsule is supposed to grow from the foot, the true foot, and how the capsule gets reduced in size and compresses the foot into it, and how we're going to restore that capsule as much as possible to release that foot, bring the foot back to its true form so that it can function correctly. You know, and this will heal a lot of things that go on upstairs, you know, in the tendons, legs, things like that. Can't heal everything. I mean, there's such a thing as permanent damage, you know. So I wanted to show you what Bracy Clark said about this issue. Just have to find the pictures. Let's see. Okay. Okay. So he said, the eye soon gets accustomed to deformity and does not discover it. And he says this error, it was that embarrassed and misled me in all my first experiments on what I conceived to be the natural foot during several years, and completely obscured my views to the true nature of these things, and my predecessors also, as the general tenor of their works will indicate. Now, what he's saying is he was looking at deformed feet and he didn't know it. And so he was giving interpretations of what he thought the anatomy was, and therefore devising methods on how to trim and shoe based on his incorrect understanding of the anatomy. See, because he just thought, well, a natural, I read his book, so he thought that the natural foot was just a foot you took a shoe off, you know. And so if you had a foot that had been shod for years, and then of course the horse died because he went lame or whatever, and you took the capsule or you dissected or whatever, you're going to look at that foot, you're not even going to know it's distorted and deformed. And so you don't know you're looking at a foot that's not the real foot, that horse's real foot to begin with. But yet you're making interpretations because, see, that's what science is. All science is, okay, it's really not a God after all. Okay, all science is some guy's interpretation. And so that interpretation could be true or it could be false depending on how many facts he has. You know, if his facts aren't factual and he's making an interpretation based on something that is inaccurate or untrue or not the true nature of something, then his interpretation will be false. And then, because he's a scientist, if it gets written up in the literature, oh, God forbid, you know, let alone gets accepted into a school as doctrine, well, what happens then? You know, then it becomes written in stone, you know, in the halls of academia. And to try and get it erased or get them to look at it different or anything like that is almost virtually impossible. And so that's what he's saying here. Not only had he been deceived, but that his predecessors also, as their works indicated they had also done. So this is how traditional error is passed on from one generation to the next through the schools, because he was one of the first vet students when the Royal Academy of Veterinary Sciences opened up in England in the late 1700s, 1793 or something like that. And so, but let me tell you what. See, I wish I could show you this book. Where is it? I keep misplacing it. It's a book by Henry Hamerling, uh, who was a farrier with all the CFGs and all the numbers and names behind his name. He was also inducted into the Farriers International Hall of Fame. He also started American Farrier magazine. And that guy was a scholar. I got a book here somewhere. Where is that thing? Anyway, that book is he compiled a list of every single person throughout all time who has written anything about the foot of the horse. And it's like a 200 and some page book. And that's all it is. It's just the names of people and what they wrote about. And I mean, it's see, I'm looking for it now, trying to find it. It's something else. You would have never believed how many people wrote. I mean, you have no clue how many people wrote about the foot of the horse. We've just never thought about it. He has them from every subject, every country, everything. And that's all the book is, just people who have written about the foot of the horse. And it's astounding. So anyway, this is what we are battling now. We want to know what is the true foot of the horse. And so as I spent 10 years trimming the feet out of my horse because they had put this image in my mind of that one dead wild horse that wore its heels out. That's the barefoot poster child, I call it. You have to be my age to understand what that means. But you could call it their mascot, or their prime example or something like that. A foot with no heel whatsoever. Well, this is an adopted wild horse right here. And this is just a horse that's been shot. I don't know why I use this picture. There's lots worse hooves, but what I want you to notice on this foot, because it was touted as a fairly good foot, is the cartilage right here. See how it's pulled down? See how the coronary band groove area gets pulled down right here? See how that nice and straight this is? And how long from here to here? But here, this is pulled down. Okay, the cartilage on these horses is very, very, very important. What you see above the hairline is just as much a part of the foot as what you see below. And so one of the things that was discovered as I started growing heels back in my horse was that all of a sudden the cartilage started getting a different shape and form. And then came to discover, just a minute here.
Linda, are you muted?
Okay, I'm back. I think I'll be all right. Sometimes I get to talking and my throat gets really itchy. Then I have to like cough and like I don't want to like hack away in your ear. So I have to take a little break. Let's see here. Okay, we're going back to here and I'm going to look up something else here real quick. It takes a bit to look up some of these pictures. Just a second here. H I inner foot. Okay, so just to remind people, well, right here, new share. I must have too many windows open. It's not wanting to give me, oh, well, maybe it will. Let's try this. Okay, that worked. Okay, so just to remind you that this is the foot of the horse. Right here, this whole thing. And what was interesting was that, see, for a long time, I was saying, this is skin. You know, you start looking up, well, what is corium? Oh, well, it's dermis. Well, what is dermis? Oh, well, it's skin. Duh. Okay, so this is just a type of skin. And just like this skin grows the hair, this skin grows the hoof capsule, the different parts of the hoof capsule. And again, you look up here, what? 2/3 of that foot is soft cartilage and fat up in here. So this was an anatomically correct foot. This was bent a little bit down behind here, but not much. Well, actually it wasn't. This is what happens. When you take these feet out of the capsule, the back of the foot falls down. That's why these feet need a precise configuration to the back of this foot to sustain their true form. Okay, and that's why you can't just go trimming these heel buttresses out here, because it will literally pull all this foot down and then start compressing it and bending it and folding it into the smaller hoof capsule that you are developing without knowing it. And so what happens is that as this is going on in the back of the foot, let me do an annotate here. That thing will show up. Okay, as you are lowering the heels, right here, and trimming that heel buttress out, right there. Okay, now that foot's going to set down. That's going to pull this foot that's supposed to be supported up here. It's going to pull it down to the ground. Well, you know what? It doesn't want to stay on the ground. So the strength of the horse actually pulls the foot up, and as it does so, it takes this little piece right in here that you've made, and it pulls it around behind it. And it can curl it around behind it and right in to the middle of the foot. And then what happens is, you see this periopal skin here? This periopal skin will stretch here. I'm going to do a different color. Once that foot pulls up, hold on. This periopal skin, as this foot, it's going to stand up anyway. Okay, will stretch and you get a wider bulb skin, like so. And you think you got heel now because you got this length. But in reality, what's happened is that the horse has just made its own heels, kind of, to support its foot up where it's supposed to be. It's really all just mechanical. Okay, so you know, trim the heel out and it makes the capsule smaller and smaller. And of course, we have proof of that. But I'll show you one piece of proof. Just a second here. Hold on. pictures. Okay, here's an example. Okay, so this foot here was developed. This was Strasser trimmed over in Europe. And then the gal bought the horse. She didn't know how to trim. So she didn't know you had to keep taking these heels down continually. And so it started looking like this. And so, and at the time, even at the time, I didn't really realize how feet could be bound up like this. I did not understand this at the time until later. My horse's foot expanded in a similar way. So anyway, but I started helping her trim the frog and different things like that. And the foot started to expand to where it got this big. And then it got this big. And ultimately, this was a markup I did for her, showing her how the whole back of the foot would expand. And she would wind up getting the true, this would be more the true foot of her horse. So this is what happens. You start trimming this out here, and eventually it starts pulling the back of this foot down. And in this case, this was the distortion that it created. Now, this is the same foot. Well, I don't know if that might have been a different foot on the same horse. Okay, so this is the foot here that the barefoot movement thinks you should have. That is what they were trying to make this foot into. But this horse had such strong cartilages that his foot would keep raising up and just bending this piece of wall here back behind himself, which we called spooling, started to call spooling. Just a minute here. And I did this as a simulation just to show how they kept trimming this foot to look like this to try and mimic this foot. Just a second here. Okay, so this was another foot on the same horse that looked like that. See, doing the same thing. But then when she started, you know, trimming out some of that frog and different things like that, the foot and growing heel, the foot started to expand. But look, if you look at this foot, it looks like it has heel. That is not the real heel. See, if we go to, let's see, this here, you see, this is the coronary band. This is the corium that grows the heel buttress. You trim that heel buttress out. It pulls this down. And because all of this is cartilage, it can all be either crushed up into the foot or it can be pulled around. As different parts get crushed or pulled or covered, they quit growing. Then you only have these other parts of the capsule growing, and that's how you wind up with like a can foot or a little tiny foot, when in reality, a capsule with this foot crammed into that capsule. And that is, again, this, wherever it went, this is just an example, one example. There's many, many, many examples. I mean, we've been doing this, the people that, you know, I've been doing it, and then got other people looking at their horses doing it, to where we've seen our feet get bigger in a good way. It isn't just like you're just growing a big foot. It is that you literally are returning the size to the capsule and allowing the foot that has been compressed like Chinese foot binding to release and go back to its true shape and form. So that's kind of where it's at. Okay, so I'm going to go back to this because, again, we want to understand how does this hoof capsule grow? What is correct growth and what is distortion? It's because then we can figure out ways to restore the foot. But if we don't know what the true foot is to begin with, then we're not going to be able to restore to that horse what he was meant to have. Okay, let me go back here.
Linda, how long did it take to unravel the bound up foot of the girl in Sweden?
What did you say?
How long did it take to unravel the bound up horse of the that belonged to the girl in Sweden?
You know, I'd have to go and look at the dates on those pictures. Hold on, let me go into that file and look at some of the dates. Because if I remember, for her, it wasn't that long. It was a really interesting and odd kind of case. So let me see here. When was that? Okay. So this says 7/13/19, but I don't think that's when it was. I think it was before that, but I could be wrong. Well, no, it could have been. I remember it was maybe a year and a half for what you see there. You know, but I remember it wasn't that long. This horse has passed away since then. I mean, she did real good with that course. She did wind up getting his feet to a decent size, and then she went ahead and just had him shod. Let's see, but I would say it was about a year and a half to 2 years that might have happened.
Fantastic.
You know, I seem to remember it wasn't that long, and for me, that whole thing was just a real learning experience because I flat did not understand what I was looking at the time. I didn't know their feet could be compressed like that. All I knew was that we were trimming the heels out of our horses. I didn't know we were making the capsules way smaller, and I didn't know that the foot could be wrapped up and in like that. I didn't know that till my horse's foot expanded in a real strange, odd way. And so,
Fascinating.
anyway.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's see here. Somebody got on there. Yeah, that's just a minute. Oops, wait a minute. Oh, my share thing is weirding out on me here. Hold on. Yeah, to me, that's an extreme, just that. Like, I know that this foot can be even bigger than that, but to me, that's extreme. You know, that really shows what can happen. Just that. See, but a lot of times what happens is when when they have us remove and heal like this, the dorsal wall will not hold like that. In this case, the dorsal wall just held no matter what. And so the way that foot was bound up and compressed into that smaller unit is pretty amazing. And you know, a lot of times the dorsal wall gives way, and then they'll develop a long toe or mechanical laminitis or something like that. Okay. Oh, I was going to show this. So what it was I met Anna when I was doing my community page. And so I was helping her over Messenger on there. Just a minute here. And there came a point, wait a minute, where she sent me this picture here. And let's see if I can. Well, I was trying to look for one I hadn't marked up. She sent me this picture here, and I was looking at this, and I was going, what is that? I didn't know how to large pictures then. But I'd never seen that. Like now I know what it is, but I was looking at that and I went, what is that? So I was asking her what that is. And she said, well, that's his frog. And do you see how weird that would be if this is the heel and that is frog? So it was just very confusing. Now I understand what I'm seeing. But at the time, I was like, that's frog? And so one of the things she started doing to release the back of this foot and started growing too was she started trimming out this frog more. Because what happens is as the foot is deformed and the capsule grows from the foot. So as the capsule is incorrectly trimmed and deformed, the foot is also pulling on the capsule into a certain position and then growing the capsule from an incorrect position. They like work back and forth. First trim the heels out, then the foot don't like that, so it'll pull on parts of the capsule into a different position, and then from that position at the same time the foot and the capsule both in a different position, then it grows capsule from that new position, which is a deformed position. And so then you trim it again, and the same thing happens, and it just goes back and forth, capsule foot, capsule foot, capsule foot. And then that capsule grows, and the frog is part of the capsule because that capsule comes off in one unit. All that's connected together. And then the frog and everything grows, and it will just bind, it's going to bind that foot right there. So we have to learn how to grow in this heel, how to time release frog and periopal skin and things like that, so that the foot can expand and grow the capsule back in at the same time. Without, like, there are certain things you wouldn't want to do. Just a minute, and I'll show you. Show you some bad feet with heels trimmed out to where you can't just go releasing the frogs and periopal on these kind of feet. Just a minute, and I'll show you. Oh, if I can find it. Oh, okay, inner foot. Just a second. Maybe. I keep going past this one foot where the hoof capsule just is coming right off. Just a second. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, the watchdogs are going off. Oh man. Well, I don't know where it's at right this minute, but I'll run into it. But it's where you've reduced the size of the hoof capsule so much that the foot can actually come out of the capsule. If it gets wet, too much moisture. I have no idea what they're barking at. Why don't we let's see. So it is 1:40. Let's take a break for 10 minutes and I'll come back. By then I'll find that picture and I can go take care of my dogs. Okay. Okay, so let's give it 10 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Now, what I wanted to show you now, I got two things here that I think can help you understand why we have to grow heels back in a certain way before we release a lot of frog in the periopal. Now, just a minute, I had a certain photo. Let's see. Okay, right here. Okay, so this gives you an example. Hold on. This gives you an example. Now, this would be the true foot of the horse. This horse should have had this foot right here. As the heel buttress was trimmed out or worn out on this horse, gradually it pulled the coronary band down to the ground. And like here, you can see what it would have done to the heel buttress. And you see how much of this it would have trimmed out, at least that much, if not more. And you see how it crushed the heel here. And without a good heel buttress like this, you cannot also have very good sole here. So the sole would have been thinner. Okay, so all of this here is cartilage and inside is fat. So now, have you ever tried, I don't know if you have any fat on you, okay, but try and just, take a piece of fat on you somewhere. I don't care where it's at. Maybe some of you don't have any, lucky you. Try and compress it. Try and just squeeze it in into a smaller area, Well, we do that with those girdles and stuff. Guess they don't call it that anymore. But see, you're not only like forcing cartilage and tissue into places that it does not want to be. And we know what happens when you push on cartilage. Always give the example of your nose. You can push it down, but it's pushing back, right? Well, so not only is all this cartilage that's up here and all this being forced into this position, but internally you got this big chunk of digital cushion, which is fat, fibro-fatty tissue, adipose tissue. Okay, that is pressure loaded now in there, and everything in this foot is wanting to pull this way. Okay, but it's the reason that it can stay bound like this is because, first of all, well, this part's holding it, the heel buttress, but I'll tell you that there isn't a lot of strength there. If it wasn't for the coronary band, well, not the coronary band, the periopal band. See this skin right here? This periopal band, okay, as the foot, notice that the foot also gets smaller. Okay, so as the foot gets smaller and this band shrinks up, it gets thicker. And so it literally bands the foot in like this so that the hoof capsule is not pulled off of it. And at the same time, the frog is being deformed and it is growing from a different location. And that frog stay that grows up there in between in that sulcus of the frog corium, that is growing. If it isn't the frog stay growing in there, which can partially be, then the whole periopal takes over and grows over the whole frog in there. This periopal band that's been sucked back and under and between in the back here, it can merge with and grow over the entire frog so that it can bind the foot just like this here. And so as long as everything stays dry, is great. But of course, the horse can still be sore-footed and lame and everything else. But as long as everything's dry, a lot of times they present a seeming soundness. But there will always, always, always be, that horse is paying for it somewhere else. Because if this is the true foot and it has been forced and conformed into this, it will never function correctly. And if it's not functioning correctly, it's not doing what it's supposed to do for the tendons and the ligaments and the bones and the joints and the muscles on up. And so when we are going to restore these feet, we have to grow this part here. And so we start allowing this, just a minute here. Let me get it, the annotate thing on here. So we start growing this here, allowing it to have some weight. Because see, all this is pressure loaded and let me do some here. Get a different color. Okay, so your hoof wall that's growing from here, need it thicker. From here, okay, the growth comes from right here, right? Okay, if you have it weighted, meaning you got your wall in here higher than the sole, then that is going to encourage and allow, see, it's harder for the wall to grow down, just a second here, to grow down and push out at the bottom here. Like here, let's say it's connected to the sole right here, and the wall grows past the sole. Okay, once it's past the sole and there's weight, the weight of the horse is on the wall right there. Then the growth that is coming out from here is encouraged to stay here. And this coronary band here, let me get a different color. See, I'm trying to re-explain this, Marilyn. Get a different color. Okay, here's your coronary band. Just a second. And all this is pulled down. Just a minute here. And so it's pulled down like this, but it's going to be encouraged to raise up like this. And because the wall is going to allow it to do so, because you are weighting the wall here, and as it raises, then the growth that like say the growth that would normally come down here and go out there, instead the growth here is going to be added into the capsule with the wall right there. You see that? See, like if the coronary band, if this heel buttress right here, okay, and you've weighted it down here, then it's going to allow, this is under, again, this is under tremendous pressure, pulling, pushing. Doesn't want to be in that little container. And so if you allow it to, because you're not continuing, just trim them off, but you allow this wall to grow, but you have let it grow longer and it's bearing weight down here. So it's hard. It's hard for this wall to grow down. Let me get thicker deal here. It's hard for this wall now to grow down and push out down here. So instead, what happens is, remember, your coronary band was down here, forced down to here, and it's growing. This little bit of buttress, whatever you got there. Well, instead, as this is weighted, the growth, instead of coming down this way, as this, it has a lot of pressure pulling up, it deposits, there we go. It deposits the new growth up here, like so. And in that way, it adds to the size of the overall capsule. See, you're not just adding some wall in here, okay? As this here, which is under a lot of pressure, okay, as it raises, this up here under a lot of pressure, okay, you're allowing it to deposit the wall in as the coronary band and the cartilage and everything else is allowed to release and pull up. And as it does so, it deposits hoof wall growth into the capsule here. Marilyn, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Are you understanding this?
I think so, maybe a little.
Okay. Well, we're staying here till we do. Who thinks they're understanding some of this?
Linda, hi, this is Kim. I'm the new person from last week.
Oh, hi.
Hi, I came in late because I was talking to my farrier, but we can talk about that later. When you explained this, which this was actually kind of one of the questions that I had, maybe this is off, but kind of when I listened to you explain this, it reminds me of if maybe like I don't know if the pillows area or the wall is left too long and then it kind of pushes up the wall too high. Is it similar, but it's putting it back in the right spot?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's how it kind of makes
exactly.
sense to me.
That makes sense.
Yeah, we're making hoof wall jamming work for us. You know?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
exactly. You know, because and combined with that is understanding the fact that your wall is growing from here. It's growing here and it's growing down. Okay. But in this case, okay, since it's weighted down here, okay, it's a little harder for it to grow down. And since the coronary band is being forced down and all this wants to pull up, as it pulls up, it's leaving, the growth is coming up this way and it's leaving growth in here and expanding the hoof capsule. Let's see, where's my thing here? Expanding the size of the hoof capsule. Say so. Let me find a deal. Let's see. Hold on, I'm lost. Sooner or later, I'm gonna really get this figured out. Okay, so this coronary band goes up to here, and then it'll go up to here, and then it'll return up to here. And as it does so, it's unwrapping and it's leaving capsule in. Oops, come here. Where'd you go? Okay. See? Like that. So this capsule is coming in anyway. Eventually, it adds a chunk of capsule in like this into the wall.
Linda, I sent 2 pictures of my horse. She's a real good example of how much bigger her hoof capsule is too.
Okay.
Still a work in progress, but after he trimmed her on the 10th, I took a picture. You can see some bruising in her frog, but compare it to the old picture of her foot and you can see how much bigger her hoof capsule is.
Okay. Let's
It's a
take
hind
look
foot.
at it. I'll go over there just a second here. What are you doing? Tearing up the carpet, you dog? I was hearing something behind me. Rip, rip. You know how those carpets fray? And like you can pull a piece and it'll just keep pulling and pulling and pulling and pulling. That's what the dog is doing behind me. Ugh, puppies. Okay. Yeah, you're a bad girl. Okay. Now she's up in my lap. You love me. Let's see. let's see. I gotta close some windows here. Just a second, I'm kind of lost. Okay, there we go. Close that. Oh yeah, this is great. Great example. Let me save the image so I can make it bigger. Oh. Well, it opened it up in Paint. Just a second. Try it again. Keeps wanting to open it up in Paint, and I wanted to open it up in a regular program. Just a minute here. Try one more time. Open with. Okay, I think I got it. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I mean, I can see distinctly that wall right in here that's been added into the capsule. And you know how we were looking at that example of this foot here? Just a minute. Okay, right here, where you see how the coronary bands pulled down, you see how it aimed the heel buttress. You know, if you wind up having any, this is where to go. Eventually, you keep trimming it out, and you won't even have that. You'll just have sidewall and bar. That's the false heels we talk about. Okay, so as we're looking at Terry's horse's foot here, I want you to see that this is what she had. You can see this in the heel. Let's see. Okay, see this right here? Right there. See how it's curved down, just like on our simulation example? But then over here, it's a whole different deal. See how it's standing up? That's a good example, Terry.
Yeah, and that's old. She's even gotten better now. That was an old picture. The other picture I saw too, from the sole view, you can really see how much bigger her hoof capsule is getting.
That's great. Let's see. Let me remove that annotate. Hold on. Well, okay. Let's see. All right, so let's go back to understanding hoof growth. Anyway, so you see how the coronary band is pulled down here. As we start to grow this, it starts to allow the growth to stay here instead of push all the way down and out. And as it does so, it allows the whole back of the foot to rise so that the wall and that's being put in is now supporting the back of the foot. Okay, let's go back here. All right, so here's another thing. And now we can learn this by looking at Terry's horse's foot here. Just a minute here. I lost my annotation. Okay, so here's what we see, what I've been trying to explain. A second here. Do red and okay, so your heel is supposed to be up here. That's up pretty good. But hers is down here. See it? Clear down there. And so these horn tubules, they're supposed to be, you know, up more like this. Instead are going to be going like this, and they're forced to grow forward. And I want you to look specifically at this one here, how it's clear up here. See? But over here, it has come back. I don't know. You know, I don't know if this is, that probably isn't it, but see, these would have been grown up here, and they have now come back to here. See that? They're all starting to line up better to whereas here, you had this number. See that? And so what we're doing is restoring the back of that foot so that it can grow the capsule from the correct place. And so, you know, you want to really understand what the correct foot is to begin with. Then you can look at these feet and say, wow, you know, they've really grown. Everything's grown out of bounds or been trimmed out, or, you know, any number of things. And you can have different distortions. Like here, yeah, sure. We see the hairline pulled down and the bulb on the ground. Some of them, they don't look like this at all. They can look very upright, and they can have cartilages that seem to be up here, but those cartilages are going to be short and rounded, and they can still have a hoof capsule that looks like it has heels clear up like so. But what's happened is, those are the feet that usually have the strongest cartilages, because the cartilage just kept pulling back up and wrapping the foot around behind it, and creating a semblance of what looked like the true heels, but in reality it was just sidewall. It was
Linda,
just sidewall. Yeah.
sorry, I'm just interfering. It's Eleanor from Hungary. I just sent you a picture, I think, via messenger that can demonstrate it if you would like to show, because it's exactly the case. And I actually did it myself to this course. It just will be a good visual, because that was the foot when I was like thinking something is not right.
Okay.
Because first of all, the foot, the white line, you know, was falling apart, and he had such a huge concavity on sand. And I was wondering, I mean, he's on sand, how he can have such a concavity, because usually horses kept on sand, they are more flattened, you know?
Yeah.
So just, yeah.
Okay. Right here. Yeah, I see how that happened.
I think it's just such a classic example.
Yeah, that's a really great example.
Because all the tubules are aligned. There is a visual heel in inverted commas, but it's all spooled inwards.
Yeah.
And even, you know, the cartilage is small, but the hairline is straight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a great example.
Yeah.
And see, this is what happened to me on Valor when I was trying to barefoot trim and get that foot, you know. Well, he kept pulling the sides of the foot around and giving himself heels.
Yeah, that's what he was doing. And I took his, I was advised to take his heels down around 2 months old.
Oh, yeah. See, I knew they were doing this. Okay.
I even have a picture I'm not very proud of, and he's just standing freehand, and I'm taking his heels down.
Well, see, but it's okay because see, you know, see how we're learning from these things, you know, and
then I found you see?
Well, hey,
if I wouldn't have this horse, I wouldn't find you.
Well, see, And so you've done things, I've done the same thing. You know, I'm gonna show you a picture of I was gonna show you some pictures of where Valor's feet are at now. And some of the different things they've gone through. I mean, they've been, you know, like every shape under the sun practically. It's so interesting how when the foot is not established with the true heel buttress and the frog state, how you vacillate to different places with these feet, but it's all a learning experience.
But you see, the white line never lies. That
Yeah.
horse, I will find the pictures for you.
Okay.
He had only the white line could only hold on at the toe,
Okay.
nowhere
Yeah.
else.
Well, and look,
And it was not a healthy color. It was very tight, but it was under so much stress. It was like really deep yellow.
Oh wow.
And the
yeah.
rest was just the rest of the connections of the white line connections just fell apart on this foot.
Just a minute, I got a
Linda,
dog on me.
can I ask Eleanor a question?
There you go. Yeah.
I just want to ask Eleanor, on this horse, did all four of the feet distort like this, or did they behave
I
differently?
need to check. I think, you know, I did the same thing on all 4 feet. So I think I need to find his hinds, but I don't remember, to be honest, but I think the hinds would not be upright. They would fall on the ground.
Oh, okay.
But I will check because it's a good question. I'm just guessing here. It's just simply because of the construction of the horse upstairs with the sacroiliac joint and stuff like that. It has I think it has influence on the hinds. But anyway, I will find it because it's a very, very interesting question. I'm quite curious to see how those ones behaved. I don't remember, to be honest.
Thanks, Eleanor.
Yeah, I knew that they had to be doing this to young horses, to foals even.
Yeah, they advised for foals because that's how we were advised to deal, because with the foals are born for the reason with underrun heels, which stand up after because the foot is developing.
Yeah.
But we were advised to take the heels down because they will be just they thought or believed that the heels would be underrun otherwise.
See, it's just terrible, you know.
So it's just misunderstanding. Yeah, general misunderstanding.
Well, and this whole obsession with underrun heels, you know what I mean? It is an obsession they got. You know, barefooters got it.
I think it's more to deal with, we forget that we're looking for the truth.
Yeah.
And not for establishing who is right or who is wrong. And
yeah.
It's very difficult to maintain that clarity, you know, for lots of us, because it's just human nature and we always have to remind ourselves why we are doing it, you know?
Well, for sure. But here's the thing too, and that is that this teaching, see, it for me, it is a matter of who's right and who's wrong. Okay. And stuff. It's a matter because if you have false doctrine that is established in the whole academic realm, okay, then that has to be proven false. You know, and it's not a matter of the individual who's right, who's wrong. It's a matter of the doctrine of what is right and what is wrong. You know,
I agree.
But Linda,
yeah,
when you talk about that, the whole barefoot, whatever, the whole bull crap about the frog pumps the blood and the frog has to, that's what my farrier trimmed mine down from a young age. She was 10 months old the first time he took her heels down and literally looked at me and said, "We got to get her frogs on the ground."
Yep.
That
Yep.
whole focus of why my horse was done what she was
Yep.
done. And then, like you said, that's wrong. It needs to
Yeah,
be
it's
brought.
wrong. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's totally wrong. And you know, and so I knew that, okay, because see, then they add to it, you know, you get the
Mhm.
frog on the ground because it develops the frog and it develops a digital cushion. And so
Mhm.
I figured they had to be doing it to foals. Oh, well,
Yep.
we want to start them out right and get them developing that digital cushion
Yep.
and frog right off the bat.
Yep. And he would brag
See?
about what beautiful frogs she had. She had the best frogs of any horse he ever saw. Well, she was over her whole foot, you know.
Yeah.
And it was, like you said, it wasn't an actual frog. It was, you know, like it was trimming it out of her foot.
Yeah, it was being deformed,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and stuff. So, and on some people, for me, yeah, who matters? Okay. Okay. Who it is matters. All right. Because they put their name out there as the expert, they put their name out there as the researcher. And so, if that researcher is fudging his research to prove his own personal freaking ideal, and let's see, how would you say it? Changing his supposed facts, and everybody's followed his research, you know, and he just keeps building on it, then yeah, then for me, who becomes a big deal, you know, because who did it has affected everybody else, you know. And so for me, the who. Now, as far as the typical peon farrier and barefoot trimmer, no, you know, and stuff, because they're just victims. You know, they're just victims of somebody's biased research and stuff. That who, you know, that's third, fourth, fifth, secondary, whatever. But these people who put their name out and made a ton of money off of teaching us to kill our horses, that matters to me. And so sooner or later, see, I'm working on it now. Sooner or later, I'm going to have a whole book expose put together with finite detail of their contradiction and their errors and what may be intentional falsehoods. We'll see. Anyway, you know, so I keep pushing in that direction, as well as understanding and knowing the truth, you know. Okay, so anyway, all right, so we have to know what the true foot of the horse is. You know, this is a wonderful example of what you're talking about. You know, the thing about it is, these errors, see, even when it comes to current barefoot teaching, you know, the thing about it is they still inherited this error from those 18th century vet schools, you know, from Philip Lafosse and different people like that. And and a lot of these people were very, I just don't know about them. You know, I just really question as to whether some of it was just an accident or they did it on purpose, you know. And I have very, very, very strong historical reasons for that. You know, like I was saying earlier, that didn't get in this recording, the horse was a vital part of national defense, as well as the whole economy, and being a source of life, you know. They plowed the fields with the horses. They brought in the crops with the horses. They defended the country with the horses. They delivered the goods. They did everything with the horse, like what we do with cars and trucks now. And we know how vital a car or a truck is to our life now. The only reason we can feed our horses is because of tractors, because we got farmers that gather in hay and all that, you know. And so yeah, you know, I have some serious questions now. You know, the more history I see about these vet schools and some of the players makes me really question what they were up to. You know, when you had 2,000 years of them having heels on horses and everybody knew it, the farriers knew it, everybody knew it. And then all of a sudden you got a couple of guys coming up with, oh no, we need to trim the heels out. You know, if you could, here we go, it's a conspiracy theory. You know, if you could cripple, okay, the economy and the war machine, literally, you know, what would that do for your side, right? So anyway, just some interesting historical things happened with them people back then that really are highly questionable. So I really want to go into the history of that. Like maybe we'll just have a special hoof thing here where we just really delve into some of that stuff, and you'll be really surprised at the way people acted and the things that people did and stuff like that. So anyway, okay. Well, does anybody else have an example? So I wanted to show you this one foot. Just a minute here. New share. Okay. Okay, so you see this foot here? Okay, so this foot got wet, and then this happened. Now you see this periopal skin? Okay, before that, it was holding this foot down in this little tiny capsule that all the heels had been trimmed out of. But as soon as they got some moisture in that area, the periopal skin softened up, and the foot is trying to burst out of that capsule. And so this is why we can't just take a foot that has had all the heel trimmed out and start reducing the frog in the periopal. So what would you do on a foot like this? What would I do? Run the other direction. No, just kidding. Because I've had feet like this. In fact, I'll show you my foot like this. Just a minute here. Let me go find it. Pictures. Try and show you one of Valor's worstest trimmed out feet. Let's see if I can find
Linda,
it.
do you find that this sort of damage or this kind of popping out of the capsule happens more on the upright foot as opposed to the distortion where the foot goes flat and forward?
No, I think it happens more where the bulbs are pulled way down to the ground, like the foot, yeah, like Terry's horse's foot. Okay, it would happen more on a foot like that than on a foot that was more upright.
Yeah, like if I would have just started cutting all that frog and periopal down, her foot would have done this, where I had to let heel wall, false heel wall just grow in, and then start.
Okay, I know I got that picture here somewhere of like when I trimmed him down to the nubbin, trying to get that wild horse foot. But like I say, every time I trim him his heels way down, his foot, he has pretty strong cartilages. His foot would want to stand up and it'd just pull that sidewall around behind. And then the next time I come out, he had heels. I was like, wow, his heels grow fast. Literally, I thought his heels were growing fast. Okay, come on. Well, here, I'll put one example there while I'm looking for another one. This is where his bulb is starting to come out the back, and it's not really that great a photo. Wait a minute. I don't want to show that one. Well, I'll show this one. Just a minute here. Let's see here. Well, I can't seem to find. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. I see what I did. Man. Well, I'll show this one. But this was not like the worst of the worst. But here you can see in 2012. And then by 2016, I was trying to grow that back. But I got much worse than that. Here, you can see where his foot would try and stand up, and here you have stretched bulb skin and
New
just a little
share?
bit of heel. Oh. I gotta go put this dog up. Just a minute. Okay, I'm back. Anyway, let me see. Can you still see that?
Yes.
Okay. Let me look. I want to find the really bad one. I think it was when I finally quit barefoot trimming and just let him kind of go for a year, which was in July of 2014. I remember I trimmed his foot to try and get that ideal foot and trimmed them heels down again. And he was standing there because, you know, he's so good about trim. They're so good even when you're butchering them, you know. And he's just standing there. And I got done, and man, it just looked so good. I thought I just did the right thing. And I went to lead him away, and he leaned way back. And then he kind of swung a foot over. And it was like he was saying, where did my feet go? Did you cut my feet off? What happened? And man, he was sore. And I was done. I was done. I said, I can't do this anymore. You know, I kept thinking it's got to get better. That wild horse quality foot, it's right around the next corner. You know, because that's what they teach you. You know, we'll show you. Let's see. And then of course, he went pigeon-toed on me too. That was another thing that happened. He got pigeon-toed, toed in. I'll show you a picture of that. Wasn't like that when it started. Let's see. I couldn't figure out why this was happening. Well, I was trimming that outer heel out severely. Yeah. Okay. Well, okay, so I'm going to ask you this. Does everybody understand a little bit more about hoof growth and what the where the horn tubules are supposed to be and where the heel buttress, what the heel buttress corium is and its position and things like that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Linda, this is Kim. I have a question about the heel growing in and leaving it.
Okay.
I mean, I have questions about everything, but what, like when it looks like it's curling under, I've never trimmed anything before. So But when it looks like it's kind of curling under like that, what would you do? Do you just get rid of the curled part, or do you just leave it alone?
Well, you just start growing it. You
But if it
start
looks like
growing
it's,
it, and it will start uncurling.
so you don't do anything to get rid of the part that looks like it's like curling under it?
No,
Okay.
no, because if you do that, you just lower the heel more
Right.
and make it
Mhm.
worse. See, you got to start allowing that to grow. Let's make sure that we're talking about the same thing. So let me go to this other page here. Okay.
Mhm.
Well, with
Okay.
mine, I would
So if I
with mine.
show you this, oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I know what she's talking about, because I had that problem because it's such a weak false heel. I would just flatten, just like take it and just flatten it, not take it down any, but just like sand, just file it, just like give it a base.
Oh,
And then
okay.
over time that base would get more and more like flat and sturdy, and then it could grow better. But I would just flatten it and not let it curl under and want to just crush under. And I would just sand it flat, no more than just sanding it flat, not real careful not to take it down.
So you're talking about this little part right here?
Yeah, like as I was growing in that false heel wall and it started to just buckle right under, and I would just
Oh,
like
yeah.
take my
Okay.
grasp, just flatten the top of it, just barely flatten it,
Barely. Yeah.
give
To
it a wider base.
give it a
Yeah.
little bit of base.
I've
Yeah.
taken a tiny little bonsai nipper and just nipped off the part that's actually folded over and hollow underneath.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. See, I got that too. And so I'm kind of at that place because my feet on this horse have really everything just moved back in front in the last month and a half, 2 months, and the back of the foot like unfolded more. And so now I've still got these funky heels, but I know that's going to come out of there, and that the heel will grow to match where the cartilage is at now. So I can show you kind of what's gone on here. See, now I know that I'd have been farther ahead if I would have known any of this stuff was even going on to begin with. And I can look back at different stages that the feet were at and go, well, I wish I would have known where I was at that stage. See, that I learned about later, because I could have done something to make things better. So I've kind of gone forward and backward a couple of times. But I want to show you this deal I made. Just a second here. Close out some of this stuff. Oh, Kim, did you send some pictures?
Oh, I just had sent the one of my horse, where you had said it, remember it pulled away? And
Oh,
it
yeah.
showed, that was just in one spot, but, I sent you that. Yeah.
See, now, can I show this picture?
Yes. Yeah. I sent it for that reason, but then we were talking about other stuff too.
Okay. Okay, because this is an example of a horse that has very strong cartilages that don't want to stay down, and his hoof capsule's been reduced to be real tiny. Yeah, look at those cartilages. Well, so you can see where the capsule is curled around there.
If you look at the one before, yeah, that was like when it just happened. I noticed it and I had no idea at the moment. I just thought, oh my gosh, she injured herself.
Right here.
Okay,
Yeah, she's just pulling up out of that periopal skin because she's got
Yeah.
very strong cartilages. And look at that teeny tiny capsule.
Yeah, that first picture was in February. I think it was like February 18th that it happened. And this was just last Thursday. I had taken a picture when I was trying to get pictures for you.
See, that's just really interesting. man, it's just wild the way they can reduce the size of the capsule on these feet. And these feet don't want to stay bound. They get any moisture at all. And that's why you'll see too, the biggest enemy to barefooters is moisture. You know, keep your feet dry. I seen this, some post went through my page, and this gal is going, look at this muddy pin and how she got it dry in 3 days. And I was like, man, I liked it when it was muddy, you know, but it's not good if your hoof capsule's been trimmed out like that, because then you see why all of a sudden water becomes an enemy, because they have commonly found that their horses go lame when they get any moisture. Lame and abscesses. Okay, let me see if I can find this picture to kind of show you where I'm at. So I'm in a similar spot that you kind of are there. Even though I've been trimming my horse's feet for a long time, because finally the foot has unwrapped quite a bit. And so the cartilages have really extended, but the heels are still kind of in the old place, in one of the old places. And see, on me, my whole foot has shifted. Frog shifted, pulled back, everything shifted. So let me see if I can find this deal I did. Oh, God. Just a second here. Okay. Just gotta remember where I put it. Okay, well, not there, so let me go somewhere else. UV. Yeah, every time I think I'm getting a good looking foot, something changes. And it's still going in that direction of what it's supposed to be, but then it makes the old one, it makes it look bad, because I don't know how to explain it. It's like when my cartilages first expanded, I thought my heels ran forward. But it wasn't the heels, it was the cartilage expanding. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's see, new share. Okay, so let me explain what's going on here. So this was in 2019, right here. This is in, what was it? 1 of 22. This is in 6 of 23. And this is in 4. This is just the 24th, right over here. And so I just want you to see how much the back of the foot has changed. Like, here's the shape of the cartilage. And here is the piece of hoof wall right here. Here, the cartilage has gotten a little more expanded. There's a little more wall in here in this part. Here, let me move this. Here you can see where the cartilage really expanded. And this piece of the wall has gotten, now look at this piece of heel buttress right here. It's white. See, didn't have it here. Didn't really have it here. Okay, and this is, now the cartilage is expanded even more. The whole dorsal wall has come back, but the heel, this part of the heel here is still held forward. So what I am expecting with this is for this to come back up under and support the foot. So this is what I'm expecting to end with right here. See, with full extended cartilage back here and full support under the heel. So this is where I am at in my restoration. And one of the problems that I have had is this area right here, letting it sneak forward on me and drag the heels forward with it. So you have to really start paying attention to these horn tubules right here in the quarter, in the quarters, well, all along the side, because you can see right here, like it's just right here. It should be right there, but see, I've allowed it to just kind of come forward like that, and it's still kind of right here. So I'm working with that to all of it. See, it's pushing the toe forward and it's pulling the heels forward. So next week I'll take some pictures. What, that was the 24th? Well, no, that wasn't the 24th. What do I have? Oh, that's the year 24th. Duh. This was like 4 or 5 days ago. Okay, because today is only the 23rd. Okay, 24 years, what I meant. So this part here, I have to bring back. Now, the sole view on what's going on with it is interesting too, because I've had a heel pushed forward forever that was also pushing the wall out to the side, and now that has all come in for me, but my heels are still, the sole in the heel platform right at the end where the seat of the corn is has not grown in the way it's supposed to be yet, but I am hoping that it will, so I can show you that. Now, you got to remember that I faithfully trimmed the heels out of this horse from 2005 to 2014. I then just let his feet go for a year. And I came back in 2015, in July of 2015, to try and fix his feet so I could sell him, because I felt like he was just going to waste. And then wound up getting into this whole deal again when a month in January of 2016, 6 months later, I realized that we've been led to trim the heel buttress out of these horses. And so all I knew then in 2016 was that you had to grow heel. Had no idea about any of the rest of this stuff. The foot compressed, foot binding, the whole works. No idea. So this horse, trying to fix this horse, has taught me these things. Every single thing this horse here has taught me. You know, when it got real wet and I was trimming the frog and growing the heel, and then finally these cartilages decided to release. I thought, I didn't know, it looked like a strange form of thrush to me. You know, I didn't know what had happened, and it made the foot look like the heels had run forward. It was so bizarre looking, because he had this capsule about here, but these bulbs sticking way out here. I don't have a picture of that here, but it looked very, very, very odd, you know, because when you're used to trying to get a foot that looks like that, see, and then you get something like, I'll show you here. See if I can find it. This oddball foot. Let's see here. I think it's in another deal. You know, just trying to understand this stuff has been something else. But see, here's, you know why you do this? Because we are fixers. And so once you have broken something, okay, see, once you broke something like this, all right, this is like Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. All Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty together again. But you get Humpty's mom in there and she will do it. Okay? Is that not the truth? See, it's like that video I showed you guys, all those guys going through the hula hoop.
That was hilarious.
Wasn't that hilarious? And then you get the women. Okay? Hey, there you go. Well, let's see.
Hey, Linda, I have another question about this. When you talk about letting the tubules get away from you and extend out, I can see that they are, but what did you do or what did you not do for that to have happened?
Didn't trim the quarters enough, didn't pay attention, let the quarters get a little high, didn't relieve them by maybe beveling more so that the ground contact, full ground contact with the full thickness of the wall was less, because then they'll have a tendency to stay back. And see, because it doesn't take, you just leave that a little bit high and you don't even notice it, but that foot knows it. And so then when that horse sets his foot down, the growth, instead of just going straight down, first of all, it's going to be shoved forward more, and they just gradually inch forward and inch forward, just because you left that a little high all the time and weren't paying attention to what was going on. You know, it can that growth can gradually take over. Like that piece of growth will take over the whole foot and you don't even know what's going on. You just know, gee, my heels won't come back. And so then what do these guys do? They start lowering the heels to take them back. Well, that makes it worse, because then you have set those tubules at a lower angle, and you have set that especially long tubule at a lower angle that it is more horizontal. So that makes it want to press forward and push forward even more. Well, it doesn't go by itself. It pushes everything in front of it forward, and it pulls everything behind it forward. See? So all this stuff is all connected together. One piece affects another piece. Okay, I'm gonna go up here. Let's see.
Linda, there's that photo of Dolly's foot. I think that illustrates it really, really well. I think it was Dolly's foot, where those tubules and the quarters had run they were so long it actually wrapped almost forward and under the toe, that section of the foot.
Yeah.
Pulling everything forward, yeah.
Yeah, and so what was happening there too was the farrier was taking back the toe, but not realizing, not understanding that, yeah, now once you've taken that toe back, you better start working on those horn tubules on the side, or they're just going to take over, you know.
She did that on the last trim 2 weeks ago. I think they look a little better now than they did before.
Okay, good. Do you have a picture?
They're on the page.
Okay, we'll go there. Let me find this one picture of Valor's foot where he looks like totally stupid. Looked so stupid to me. And here's the thing. You know, you don't want to show people these things, you know. I mean, like, especially me, because man, by now you ought to have a, you know, perfect feet. Well, I'm sorry, it didn't turn out that way, but we're headed in that direction. But you see, look, what do? You crushed the inner heel. You got a whole inner foot that you're trying to get back into position, and there's so many variables that you don't even know. But we know now so much more than we did when I was trying to just grow heel buttress in 2016. let's see here. STUV. Okay. Okay. Just a minute here. Okay, I know I'll find out. Okay, well, here's an example. How weird does that look? Look at his bulbs. See him sticking out there?
Can
That
you
is,
share?
oh, sorry. See? How weird does that look? What was that? Okay. Well, I don't think that date's right. But see, when you're used to just that barefoot image they show you, you know, and then you get something like this with your bulb sticking out. At the time, now this doesn't look at all like Run Forward Hills to me now, but it did then. It looked really bad to me then. Let's see here. Let me see if I can find some more weird looking ones.
Linda, I sent you some photos of Ellie's foot, her very flat foot. And I think out of all the pictures we've looked at, in terms of trying to get the back of the foot to lift and to push wall up, her foot, it's out of all of them, the most sort of lying, the tubules were almost horizontal to the ground when we started. And even now, just listening to you saying how odd the foot looks.
Okay.
I mean, it almost looks like a clown shoe at the moment because the toe looks so long because the bulbs have popped out further back. And it's
Okay.
just going through such a weird stage. So
Yeah.
I can totally relate to what you're saying.
Yeah, I totally know. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna go look here. Just a second here. Let's see. Okay, so which picture is it? I know she's starting to on this one.
So the first picture that you clicked on, yeah, that one. That
Okay.
was just when I had just sort of started. I'd probably been looking after her feet for about 6 months. So if you scroll to the right, it's just in sequence of every time I trimmed, I took a photo. So if
Okay.
you just go click, you'll see it kind of just goes through the stages as it starts releasing.
Yeah,
But it gets worse.
it's worse.
Worse and better.
Well, see, and now I remember I had a thing where I had a deal just like that.
Yeah.
Too, but mine was from a boot I put on it. Look at how that grew out. Yeah, see how your bulb's sticking out the
Yeah.
back and you're like, what is that?
And the toe looks so long now, but
Yeah,
it's not long. And
no,
there's nothing I can, I'm just leaving it. I can't shorten
yeah,
the toe. It just has to look like this. And hopefully, I really liked what Terry said about maybe just gently making sure I'm keeping those heels flat
yeah,
to help the foot stay level there and not let those heels sort of slip and slide forward.
yeah.
Somehow
Well,
just
see,
trying to keep them in
and
balance.
even I come to a dilemma sometime as what to do with these heels when they're going through their weirdo stages. You know, uh, like mine are going. Okay, now you use the hacksaw right there, right?
Yeah, so she had a massive solar abscess. So she had a very significant event line. And then I just took the little saw and tried to
Okay,
disrupt the line of the tubules and see if it would
okay.
work.
Well, you know what a furrier do. He just rasps that all down and thin the whole foot down and make it look unflared. See, that's not going to help it either, I love water.
Yeah.
Now you can see how these horn tubules have twerked this way. See? And
Yeah.
also
And when
created kind
Where
of a
you
lump
see
there.
that light shining on the water,
Yeah.
that part of her hoof used to actually be almost like it was like a rounded, unnatural rounded shape. It was like the
Yeah.
whole capsule was like sucking up and back behind it was very odd.
Yeah.
And that's now all come straight in the shape of a hoof. It's not, doesn't have a weird bump there anymore.
Yeah, there isn't a bump there. That looks good.
Anyway, that's what you were saying earlier about you think your foot's looking good and then it looks really weird again and then good again
Yeah,
as the foot just sort of goes through these stages of unbinding. I find it fascinating.
it is fascinating, but then you'll see good things about it too. Oh, hold on here a second. What time is it? Yeah. Okay, I'm back. I just won't go. Okay, so let's see. There's something I was gonna show and now I can't remember what it was. Hold on here a second. Oop-de-doop-de-doo. Let's see, new share. Just put it on here for now. Um well, so
Were
see,
you gonna look at Dolly's feet?
oh yeah, okay, I knew I was gonna do something. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Megan.
let's see here.
I looked at them, Marilyn, on the tag page while we were looking at the other photographs, and they
Okay,
really, Dottie's feet really do look a lot better than they did
okay.
the time before when she had those long tubules on the side. Much better.
That's encouraging. Very encouraging.
Yeah.
I do wonder why I think it's your farrier who trims, and why she is still doing such a
Oh,
sort of strong bevel. Is there a reason for that strong bevel, or is it just her sort of style that she's not able to get out of?
I think it's her style. She said that's what she does with horses who've had laminitis and thin soles, which is Dolly's history. I'm hoping and trying to get her to not bevel quite so hard. And I've noticed now on the last trim that she does that heavier bevel on the lateral side on the left feet and the medial side on the fronts or on the right feet. So I think it's the way she's holding the rasp, reaching across the foot to rasp. And I think that plays into it a lot.
oh yeah, okay, that makes
Interesting.
sense. Yeah, we talked about that before, your body mechanics.
Exactly.
Let's see, let me share. While we're on our way, this is another foot. Okay, see the way the cartilages are all pulled down? He has no heels at all, and he wants to bust out of the capsule. See?
Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty awful. I can't even figure out what they think they're doing with that hoof capsule, but whatever. Okay, I'm on my way looking. I know you're here somewhere.
It's back on probably the 10th that I posted it, so it's way back a little ways.
Linda, if you use the little looking glass, you just type Dolly, it'll come up.
Little looking glass. Oh, that?
Yeah, and then
Okay.
type Dolly, and then you should find it.
Okay. Ah, it's been moist there too, hasn't it?
Not sure if that's the right date.
that's
What
not the
date is
one.
that?
February 23rd. Gosh,
That's weird.
we're clear back in 23.
Yeah, you're going too far back now.
You got to go the other way. Oh, wait. Right there at the bottom, right?
There.
There.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that is looking better. Boy, she does.
And that's the lateral side.
I bet.
Lateral side on the left gets rasped higher.
See that? That's just left front medial.
The medial doesn't get rasped as high.
Well, that's because this side's flared out. She's trying to take off a flare.
It happens on the back feet, the back left one also.
Mhm. Maybe, I don't. Right front, lateral. Right
There on the medial, it's higher. Right at the heel quarter.
Now it's interesting that this side seems to have more hoof capsule than this side. See how this side's pulled down?
Uh-huh.
Are you still trimming the frogs?
I plan to. I haven't trimmed them now for a while.
Okay.
I wasn't sure how much to trim because after the last trim, you said not to even just leave them alone, so I did.
Yeah. Back foot looks pretty decent. Back feet sometimes are better than front feet though.
Her back feet always have.
You see, to me, it doesn't look like she rasps. Does she ever rasp the bottom of the foot?
No.
See, she's trimming from the top. That's all she's doing.
She beveled a little bit from the bottom this past time, but most of it is from the top.
Yeah, that's what she's doing. She's doing trimming from the top because it's easier. You just flop the foot on a stand and then bevel it, bevel the wall off.
Linda, would I be correct in thinking that if the farrier doesn't use her rasp underneath and take those quarters down, firstly a little bit flat to get the height down a bit, and then at a bevel, that Marilyn and Dolly will end up with a very similar problem to what they had last, a week or so ago? Because that area in the quarters is still very high, and won't that keep the foot locked forward? Is that not what you were saying earlier?
I mean, the foot is bound, the bulbs are bound under. See this slit here? There's a lot of dead material there.
How much of that do I dare take out?
Well, see, if it was me, I'd just trim up that whole frog, take all that dead stuff off. You
Is
know?
part of that keeping the heels from contracting, or can I take that out?
You know, well, you know, it's really hard to tell a person on that when you're not dealing with the whole foot. You know, I have to be honest and say I don't like this gal's trim at all. You know, this is a lazy, no nothing trim. That's what it is. These people blow in and they flop a foot up on a stand and dress, give it a bevel around here. What'd she charge you?
Charges 50.
Yeah, that's an easy $50 for her. You know, just blow up, put a foot on a stand. They really don't know squat, and make their $50 and on to the next horse. You know, that's all this is. Now they think they've been taught, because I know, because I did that trimming from the top. Okay. They think they know what they're doing, because these people, okay, like that started this crap, okay, they come off like they're just the biggest experts in the world, and they maybe took a clinic from them or something like that, you know, and so they assume. Now they're well meaning and they're not trying to cripple your horse in any way, shape, or form on purpose, but it's people have been led to believe they know what they're doing when they do not.
It's interesting though, she doesn't do all the horses from the top. She does a good share of them from the bottom.
Well, what the heck is she doing then? You know, why? See, why? What, you know, what's the methodology here? See, I don't understand, you know. And Steph, at least she's leaving. Well, here's the deal. You know, does she trim the heels down on the other ones more?
I don't think so. She levels them, but I don't know that she brings them down much.
Well, it just makes you wonder, like, why? Why is she putting yours up like that and doing it from the top and doing the other ones from the bottom? Why don't you ask her?
Well, that's what I did the first time she trimmed, and she said with the laminitis and the thin soles, that is how she, in the extra long toes and the low heels.
Okay.
She said, you know, that's how she deals with that type of hoof. And
Okay.
she's known Dolly's for as long as I've had her.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know.
She has known Dolly, you know, from being at the same barn trimming other horses, but she just started trimming Dolly last August.
Okay. See, it's hard for me to tell you, well, take this or take that. When
Oh, I know, when you don't have the foot in hand and
Yeah.
and you can't
and
look at it, turn it, twist it, get a different look. You can't.
you know, I know that those frogs need to be trimmed up
That much I can
normally.
do.
Yeah.
Frogs and bars are well within what I'm able to
Yeah,
do at this point.
I know that needs to be done, you know, because you got a lot of, well, look at it here. You got petrified frog. You got a frog apex that needs to be trimmed back. It just all needs to be trimmed up and the bars cleaned up, you know. You know, but see, it's hard for me because, like, I look at this foot and I think of what I would do with it, you know, and stuff, and that frog would only be part of it, you know. Um, See, I don't believe just leaving some of the stuff she leaves, but you know, I'll just, you know, clean up the frog as best as possible. See, that all needs to come off there. You know, they need to have a central sulcus trimmed out. I mean, and stuff like that. So, you know, I would come in here and clean up these bars and trim down to clean frog. That is what I would do.
That much I can do.
Okay. It's just so hard, you know. I mean, I can barely, it's getting so that it's a real struggle for me to trim these horses, you know what I mean? Being
Oh, I
68,
certainly do.
68 years old, and you're what? You're how old now?
78, my dear.
Well, cripes, yeah, 10 years older than me,
Uh-huh.
you know? So we just got to do the best we can, you know?
And
And
that's where I have to be, you know, if she's doing a halfway okay job with the horse, I have
Yep.
to let her do it, because
yeah, and she is doing that, you know? She's not ripping the heels out or nothing like that. And so, you know, you're fortunate to have found her.
oh, you know it.
Yeah.
There is nobody else around here. There literally is
Yeah.
nobody else.
Marilyn, would she be even remotely open to watching Linda's video and of the mapping and potentially
Hopefully she
using
won't
the
watch this
mapping?
one.
I'll message you. There's a story behind. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah. People don't like me, so there you go.
We love you, Linda.
Yep.
I put a butt hurt on their feelings sometimes with the people they respect that I don't respect. So, and by George, when I get all this put together, you know, there's going to be a lot of people not respecting them. So we're right at the end of this Hoof chat. Nobody makes it to the very end, so I can say what I want.
You'd be amazed how many people make it to the very end.
You think so?
Or watch the whole thing later. Yeah.
Oh my God. You know, who would think we could sit here and just talk about one subject for 4 hours, you know? It's amazing, don't you think?
Well, it's many subjects within a broad subject. I mean, we've talked about
Yeah.
how many different things about the hoof.
Yeah.
Many.
Yeah, that's right. We have. So
My husband and all of his friends, they often have a good giggle about the fact that I spend 4 hours every week talking to a bunch of ladies from around the world about one part of the horse anatomy.
isn't that
Yeah,
something?
my husband too. He just shakes his head.
It's so
It's
funny.
really something. You know?
It's commitment, girls.
Man, I guess.
It is. You know, one thing with the farriers, you know, they see the horse when they come to trim. They don't see
Yep.
what happens afterwards. They don't see the progress in between trims. They come and see the horse's feet when they're long, and they trim them.
Yep.
The horse walks off reasonably well, and they don't see him again for 6 weeks.
Yeah.
And that's not easy either. You know,
No.
when we're doing our own horses, or when we're looking at our own horses, we see the little things. We can look at it and think, yeah, we should do this or this or this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Sometimes too
you can make those micro adjustments that Angeliki talks about, you know, just a little bit here, a little bit there, as opposed to a big change
Yeah.
every 6 weeks.
Yep. Works good. Well, okay, I'm burnt out.
Well, thank you, Linda. We appreciate it. All of us do.
Well,
Linda, before we hang up, I know you said you just said you were burnt out,
that's
but
okay.
this is Kim, and I talked to my trimmer today, and I still love her. I think she's great, and she,
Sure.
no, I don't think she's doing the right thing necessarily, but I think, you know, I said, well, let mine go last, and your other one's getting them done, and I talked to her. I asked her a bunch of questions, and then I told her that I found you. She might have heard of your name, but she wasn't sure, and I just kind of gave her the basic rundown of stuff and the heels, and I brought up Jamie Jackson, and she said she mostly agrees with him. She just said she doesn't agree with anybody 100%, but I guess in the heel department she does, which makes sense, right? Which is why my horse is the way it is, I guess.
Yeah.
But I even talked to her about maybe going to that thing you were telling me about,
Uh-huh.
and And she said she's actually done that. It's been a while, but she had done that one. She said the guy's very cocky, kind of.
Oh yeah,
she said,
Casey
I said,
Lapierre.
I heard that. Yes. She said, but she said that that's not a bad idea if I wanted to, but
Yeah.
she also offered to help me because she said he does teach a very specific way. And I said, well, yes, you had said kind of not to pay attention to a lot of the stuff he was doing, just to get hands-on practice. And she offered to help me out. She's really, sorry, my dog's barking. She offered to help me out. I did not have her do anything to my horse's feet today. So I told her I told her I'm so sorry. I was very honest. I said, I'm a little nervous. I don't want to do anything else with the heels. She looked at it and said, yes, in my opinion, the heels need to be cut here and this and that. I said, okay, please don't do anything. So I told her it's very uncomfortable. I said, I don't really know what I'm doing. I've never done this before. So she said she would come out and I could have her come a couple times a month. I asked her, she's like, whatever, just call me. She's really, really nice. And she said she'd help me use the tools and stuff. And I think I'd rather do that.
Okay.
Just because I don't want, well, it's not that, but also I just don't like the idea of my brain getting like a whole other system. I just know my brain. Like, I think it'll mess me up because I'm already just taking all this in now from all the stuff I've been watching from yours. I feel like I've watched 40 hours of your stuff in the last 2 weeks and I didn't know anything about hooves before that. So, so I guess my only question now is I feel like, oh no, my horse, I sent you all those pictures and I know you're saying like, you just kind of have to, I guess I still want, is there any kind of, can you help me? Because she told me like, if you kind of give me ideas of stuff to do, then she'll help me do that. And I'm just like, have never done anything like this. And I don't know even what to tell her. And I'm kind of at a loss and I'm like, oh, now I'm just putting it off too long for my horse. And so I was just hoping, I know we're at the end of this today, but maybe at some point, I don't know if you could give me some kind of more specific help that I could try to do some things.
Yeah, I can do that. And like I'm looking at your pictures right now.
And I've never done any pictures before, and her feet were wet still because I'd washed them out. I had some stuff in them.
Yeah, that's okay.
My horse doesn't even like to have her feet done, so it'll be a lot of fun, I'm sure.
Yeah. Yeah, well, see. And so she thought, I'm going to look at the most recent picture, and she thought the horse's heels needed to be taken down.
Yes.
Yeah.
And these pictures are from Thursday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, these pictures are these are from last Thursday. So, I mean, it's not gotten shorter since then.
Okay. See, if every time you take these heels down, it's pulling all this down, but it don't want to be down, so it's pulling up. It's reducing the size of the hoof capsule as well as the foot is wanting to pull out. But look at this nice big fat deadish frog is holding it there.
I was gonna say, I was gonna ask about, she always does cut out a central sulcus or whatever when she does it. There's all that big crack there. I feel like I need a whole entire multiple hours for myself here. But I don't even know where to begin. I believe you. I'll just say after I told her, I said, look, I know that this is all new to me, but everything that I've listened from your stuff makes sense to me. And so I told her, I've got to go with how I feel about that. And she said, totally understand. She goes, listen, I don't mind. It's fine. I'm willing to help you if you want with, however. So she was really nice, at least that way. She did not get, weird with me or anything. So.
Well, that was nice.
Yeah, that's the positive of it.
Because don't you feel nervous talking to him?
I did not even. I wanted to vomit today. Honestly, I was wanted to crawl in a hole because I hate that. Because I really like her and I know how people can get.
Yeah. You really like her, and what did you say?
I know how people can get.
Yeah, I know. Believe you me, I know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not the kind of person who doesn't say what I think, but even when I try to do it in the nicest way possible, sometimes it's not taken well.
Oh yeah, because they don't like a different opinion. Because if you're wrong, because I can tell you right now that It's just like I told you on here, if she keeps going in this direction, you got mechanical laminitis, and it might as well dead, like I call them, dead horse walking.
Mm,
You know,
Yeah.
I hate to be honest, but that is the truth. It's good though when you can be honest with people and say how it is.
Right.
You know, um, let's see, where was I going with that? Okay. See, I just want to look at these feet. See,
Yeah.
this rip here is because that foot doesn't want to be pulled down there.
I told her that. She did not agree or deny or anything. I just told her this is what had happened. I told her, this had happened. Remember when that happened? I showed her. We said maybe abscess, and I got the idea that maybe it was after watching all your stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then you actually said that same thing. You sent that picture back to me, and I told her that you did agree with me on that.
Yeah.
Interestingly, I don't know anything about it, and that thought came to my mind one day. So
Yeah.
but like if I were to get all my tools, which are coming this week, just ordered a bunch of things.
Okay.
I don't know what I would do. No, I guess don't touch the heels.
Yep.
But I don't know, like, should I just take off a little bit of the wall that's growing around? I know it's
Well,
crazy because I've never done this before.
We'll
But
have to look,
okay.
but don't fret. Okay.
Okay.
It'll all work out.
So like
And
waiting another week or two or something is not going to be
no, not at
terrible.
all. Not at all. Yeah, you see, this is such a great picture here, to show the mechanics of the situation, because what you have here is a foot that just wants to stand up and be normal. But the heels keep getting trimmed out and pulling it down, so it keeps standing up.
It's
And so
interesting.
the hoof
I just wanna
capsule.
yeah.
Oh,
Mhm.
go ahead.
I know. I just wanted to say that she agreed that my horse, it's like the heels need to be cut, but not be. It's like she said it like she realizes that the heels are too far forward.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
But so it's like she gets it and she knows, and she actually she acknowledged that my horse hasn't, I guess, the heels haven't gone back, which I guess she said she does want them to go back some more.
Yeah, sure she
Okay.
does.
But like she said, and I told her, I said, well, she thinks they should be cut back, and they have to be cut back in order to. And I told her, well, based on what you were saying, it's opposite. You don't want to cut them off. So it's interesting. She kind of sounds like she has that goal,
Sure.
similarly, but
Yeah.
it's not working, right? So
Yep.
I thought that was pretty interesting. And she also brought up the fact that my horse, which again, I keep wanting to say I'm new with horses. I got my horse maybe just about a year ago now. And I heard like she's got arthritis issues, and she also has weird hock issues in the back, apparently. And she said that potentially the way she loads, because of her hocks being a little funny, maybe something is with that. So
Mhm.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But she did seem to think that, yes. So she doesn't, even though she said she likes Jamie Jackson and all that too, she says she doesn't have like a certain small number that the heel length that the heel should be, or
Yeah.
anything like that. So
Yeah.
anyway.
And see, they have been taught that you bring the heels back. They don't see it as bringing them down. They
Right.
see it as bringing the base back, the platform back. They don't know that
Yeah.
they are trimming the capsule out of the horse when they're doing
Yeah.
this. With each
Because
trim.
when they do shorten it a little bit, it does look like it's going back a little, right? Is that what it
Sure.
is? So
Because
that in her mind is what she's
Yeah.
thinking.
because the hoof wall grows down and forward. So if you take it up, which is taking it down from the other direction, you're taking it back. But it's
down
not really
still.
going back. You're just trimming it
Right.
out,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
and then they say the toe's too long, so then they bring the toe back, and they keep
Yeah.
making the
Yeah.
calf smaller and smaller. And
yeah. And so in this foot, you can at least I can really see
Mhm.
how the foot is pulling one way and the capsule's being forced off the other, just as if you're taking a shoe off a foot. See, and a foot out of a shoe. They are at odds with one another and pulling in the opposite direction.
You know,
See-
Linda, sorry to interrupt, but
Oh.
I just wanted to say real quick, when you're asking what should I do, remember, Linda, you turned Valor out and left him be for a year. And so
Yeah.
let him grow. Let it grow, and then you'll have some foot to work with.
Yeah.
You know, maybe just.
But would
maybe
it not be better if I just did just like a little bit of like trimming a little excess of the wall, trimming a little bit
Yeah, just like
of some of the frog or some kind of, there's something that I could do that would be minimal that would help without being like that one there.
Mhm.
To me, like, see how it looks like it's curving in
Oh, it
the
is
heel
curving
area?
in. Yeah.
And even the other side more. That was kind of what I was picturing in my mind, I think, when I asked the question earlier about like, would you not get rid of that teeny extra bit that looks like it's flaking and curving in?
Where in here?
Well, on the other side too, just like the outer wall. I guess it's the wall.
That?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, see, actually, this part you're going to have to kind of leave alone and let grow.
That's
Right
what you were
here.
saying.
Yeah,
Right. That's
it's-
what you were saying. And I was wondering, because of the way it looks like it's flattening under, if there's anything at all you would do to it at all.
Well,
No?
not necessarily. See, it's not easy deciding which part to take and which part to leave because you're wanting to weight this. I'll tell you what you really want. You're wanting this to add in, let's see. You're wanting this to allow this to release and to leave growth up here. See, now you're going to have this separated from here. You're going to have new capsule growth coming in here that's going to want to come down here. And so you're going to be adding in, well, you're going to be taking out and adding in right in here because you want all this to grow in here. See?
So in the wall, on the
backer-
side of the wall there, does it not look like then? So you said that they don't get away with you. That's the other question I asked you earlier, that the tubules don't go away with you. It looks like they will if I don't do something else.
Well, we'll keep you kind of trimming these up and keeping them the same while we're allowing all this to growing in here. Okay.
Right.
And keeping this weighted here so that any growth coming in here is going to want to stay here. See? And so gradually, and we'll get you to trimming the right things at the right time. But what I don't want you to do right now is super fret. Okay.
Can you tell that I am?
Yes. Yes, I can. And I don't blame you. Okay. Because I don't blame you a bit. I totally understand how you feel. And this is a stressful situation.
I know exactly how you feel. Exactly.
Yeah. And I was over trimming mine. I needed it because I was just getting OCD and I had to just leave it alone. Yeah.
Yeah, you fix her.
I know. I look at my horse and I tell her, I'm so sorry. Really, I'm so sorry, whatever I've done to you.
Yeah.
Kind of like with my son. But anyways.
Yeah.
Kim, if you want to get started on something, map her feet. You can do absolutely no harm by mapping her feet. Map the feet and learn how to do that because you need to do that before you touch them with a tool anyway.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. And another thing I was going to have you get was a sole rasp.
Is that a specific different kind of rasp?
Yeah. Let me show you here.
My farrier lady even gave me, she's like, oh, but she was getting in her car and she said, oh, which kind of rasp did you get? And I told her, and she was like, oh, here, I have these other older ones. I love, this is my favorite one. If you want to just hang on to these and try. She's like really nice. So
bless her heart,
yeah.
And stuff. Maybe we can convert her.
I mean, that would be great if she noticed in the future something works better, right? I mean, that's true.
Yeah.
That's what I did mine. That's what mine does.
Let's see here.
Bar and sole rasp. Okay.
Okay. You see that?
Uh-huh.
Okay. That is a sole rasp, and that'll help you kind of clean up the sole and the bars. They kind of are good at doing bars too.
Okay. Okay. And the other thing she kept saying is, I said, well, how do you know how much to take? She goes, you just get to the level sole plane, she said, level sole
Mhm.
plane. Is that like
Yeah, that's
an
one
act?
thing you can do for sure. And
Okay.
but you do have to learn. It
Yeah.
would be good. See, we'll go to YouTube and look up some things on just your standard basic farrier trim, minus the fact that they bring the heel, they rasp way back to the heels, but that you need to learn how to rasp the front of the foot and
I mean, I've watched a bunch of videos. I've watched
Okay.
I've watched a ton, but you know, watching a video and application is totally
Okay,
different.
I tell you what
obviously.
we can do. I'll do a virtual trim with you where you can I'll just be with you there at the barn. You know, you can learn from her and I'll help you doing a virtual trim. We can be on Facebook Messenger where you can do video back and forth and stuff like that too.
Okay.
And that'll help. You know, I can totally relate because you know the only benefit I had was we did have already all the tools because we worked on ranches and my husband on occasion would trim and shoe horses if the ranch wasn't doing it and paying for it. And um so you know, I had all the tools already and somebody to kind of show me, somebody that I never listened to show me show me how to use the tool.
Hey,
Okay.
you know what's funny?
Um,
She just messaged me. Just sent me. She said these are her fronts, I think, second trim, just for your records.
Oh, let's see.
Yeah,
So
that's
she was
really.
taking pictures.
She only did in the very beginning a couple
Okay.
times, actually.
Okay.
Hold on. Okay. Let me
Yeah,
send
it's
this
work
to you.
intensive.
Kim, when you do
This
start
is-
trimming, I've learned from experience. I didn't know if I should start with fronts or hinds, and Dolly's hinds were longer, so I started with the hinds, and I'm glad I did because you don't have to be quite as much of a contortionist to do the hind feet.
Yeah.
The fronts are trickier. If you start with the hinds, you
man.
got it's a little
My
easier.
horse was like when I started getting her trimmed with her, she didn't even want to stand at all. Okay, I just sent them to you. Did I send them to you?
Okay.
Yeah, those are the two she just sent me.
Oops, wrong one.
It's my husband.
Okay. Go back down here.
Said her first and second. So maybe the first one was her first, and the second was her second. The chip there.
It wants me to sync my messages. You know, they're always adding some piece of junk to this Facebook. Open photo. Oh, darn. It's like a little tiny thing.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I
You
don't
know what?
what's
I
going
wonder
on.
if maybe I have to save it first instead of going directly.
Yeah,
Hold on,
probably.
all right, let me try that.
This is going to be great. I want to see.
I mean,
they
wow,
look like.
that's interesting. Okay, let's see. Oh, I thought I just hit save. Let me do it separately. Save photo. And photos.
Linda, when you clicked on the photo, it opened big on my laptop.
It did?
Yeah, it did.
I didn't even look
Oh.
because I had it.
Huh, it's sure not on me.
Nope, no, it's not this time either. Technology.
Okay.
Mm,
Okay. Yeah, she's
Okay.
trimmed out a lot of foot. Unfortunately. Golly gee darn. Let's see. So oh, this. Try that again.
Yeah, they look more upright for sure there.
You had a lot more heel, a lot more capsule wall in the back. than you do now.
And that's the same one that had
Yeah.
that separation, as a matter of fact.
Just a minute here.
I'm sorry, I know you said you were about to go. I just started.
Oh, well.
I was like, wait.
It's only another blood clot in my leg. What the hell? No, just joking.
Gee, thanks.
I'm just joking, kinda. Okay, let me look at the other one. Oh, nope, that's those little.
There. That is looks like the other foot though. I
Now,
guess.
see, she had a lot of good heel in there, but she probably
toe
just
is
had
still long.
big old atrophied frogs and too much toe, and stuff. But the amount of heel and actual hoof capsule she had was a lot more.
Yeah, I remember her. See, that one looks even better. Yeah, I remember her. She actually, I wonder if I can find it. She had sent me another photo, but basically she was just showing where she was at the top of the hoof wall under the coronary band, I guess around the periople area. I don't know. And she made a line, I guess, like showing she wanted it to angle it, the whole front wall angled down more. I remember her sending me a picture showing me that. Like her goal was to get the whole front wall angled down more. She never took pictures or did anything about the heel.
Probably did something like this.
She didn't even have the bottom part. It was just like and then she had beveled the toe area a bit and showed me like an inner part of the tubules, I guess, an inner part of the wall, and where that would be the more accurate line for it or something like that.
Okay. Well,
but
this is just the image that is put in their head.
Yeah.
I say there, it's put in my head.
Right.
So, I talked about this before. I took a big 3-ring binder notebook, and I printed out a ton of stuff off the internet, and on the very front page, and see, I didn't even realize this, okay, because that notebook's been buried for 10 years, okay, because again, since 2005. So I took this big notebook and I looked at the one picture I had on the front page, and it was that one barefoot model of Jamie Jackson's One Dead Wild Horse with its heels wore out. And so that image had been put in my head. And so this is the image that has been put in everyone's head, and that's the image they're trying to trim too. And so lots of people coming up with different ways to try and do it. And all of them see too much heel on these horses. And if they don't see a triangle, they don't think they're seeing a good foot. See? So everything they trim off or do is to try and make the foot like that. So,
yeah.
But yeah, I will get together with you.
Okay.
And
right.
I think it's a good idea to learn some of the basic things. I'd be interested, like how's she going to teach how to rasp, and like I'd like to I wish she'd have taken a picture of her after trim.
Yeah.
So we could compare it, and
Mhm.
stuff. But yeah, I can understand your concern, but you know what? Do not fret. All right. It's better not to touch him at all than to touch him and do the wrong thing.
Mhm.
Well, as far as barefoot trimming is concerned.
Right.
And here's the thing too, people need to realize, and I've talked about this before, what they call barefoot trimming and natural hoof care are hijacked terms that represent a specific model of trim based on one man and one woman's opinions that horses walk on their bulbs. Okay? Horses walk on their bulbs. And so that has gone viral everywhere. And it got into the farriers too, who before wouldn't have believed any of that crap. If it hadn't been transferred into an academic, Robert Booker, and then I guess that was his name, I always forget. And then he was able to take it into the farriers. See, need to talk about some of this stuff too, the war that was going on between the farriers and the barefooters. Okay, well, there is no longer a war, really, because if you can't beat them, join them, you know.
That was a question I had. Do they just do the same, similar kind of things? Regular
Yeah.
farriers, like what do
Yep.
they do differently? They do. Mhm.
Yeah, they do the same thing worse. They made it worse. See,
Mhm.
it's real interesting that Bracy Clark said the only time they ever adopted anything was if it was something worse. You know, if they ever change, they never change unless something worse comes along, and then they'll adopt it. Okay,
Mhm.
so when this teaching that you had to have frog contact to develop the frog and the digital cushion came along, well, of course, you lower the heels to the base or back here, bring them back, and ideally you want the frog to have contact with the ground. Well, when you put a shoe on a horse,
Yep.
then that lifts the frog up off the ground, right?
Mhm.
So they have to take the heels down lower than the
Yep.
barefoot trimmer
Oh, wow.
so that they can still get ground contact with the frog.
That's what was done to my horse
Mm-hmm.
from the age of 2 to 6. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
boy.
So it's really horrendous what they're
Mhm.
doing. And they're so, and I'll tell you what, you don't know. Okay, I don't know who's more arrogant. Sometimes a preacher or sometimes a farrier. You know, those are two people that can be the most arrogant people in the world. And I mean, they're not to say there aren't some nice preachers out there, but you know what I mean? People
Yeah.
who, men especially, there's so much arrogance when they have a profession, you know, and so, you know, that's hard to cut through that on those guys. Anyway, everybody knows that's the truth, you
Yep.
know, and stuff. Maybe you don't know about preachers sometimes, but you know, definitely we've all dealt with farriers, you know, and the arrogance there. I mean, they seem like real nice guys, but man, when you start questioning anything in that profession, how dare you?
Mhm.
See? And it's worse because, you know, they work for themselves, you know, so who are you? You're just some peon. They'll drop you in a hot second because they already got all these other clients, right? They don't need you. They'll just pick up another one.
Mhm. People
See?
that don't question them.
Right.
Yep.
You know, anyway, that's too bad it's that way, but that, you know, that's kind of a man thing too, because they become what their profession is so important to them, their work. And this is true. This is just in general true about men. It becomes part of their identity, you know,
Yeah.
what they do for a living a lot of times. And so directly reflects on who they are as a person. So if you question the profession, it's like you're questioning their whole self, you know. I suppose women can be like that too, you know, but I think it is a real man thing. Oh, pardon me if I'm a, you know, profiler here or whatever, but I've been around them, right? I've been around them my whole life. I worked with men my whole life. I'm from Wyoming, the equality state. That was the first state to let women vote. And in that state, you know, we've always worked right alongside men. Boom. You know, in all the construction professions and everything else, you know. Then I moved to Canada, you know, where they're more male chauvinistic here and stuff. But having worked with men, around men my whole life in construction and everything else, you know, I understand how what they do is so tied up into who they think they are a lot of times. You know, so then you go questioning the profession, you know, their knowledge, and they can't take it. Anyway, am I wrong?
Nope.
No.
You're all women. You've dealt with them, right? Okay. If there happens to be a man here, you know how you are. Okay, and you're wonderful. You're wonderful. We definitely need men. I'm not trying to put men down. You know, thank God for them. You know what I mean? Thank God for the fact that they are out there go-getters, and that's the way it is, you know, because they built our nation and they did all this stuff, you know, but there's just some things you need to lighten up on, you know. So
I
okay,
still think that you should do a clinic over by you, wherever you are, and then
I can do that.
people. I can't be the only person who would want to go do that because I would rather just, you know, learn the actual right way.
Yeah.
And
We just
from
have
what
to.
you're
Oh,
showing.
wait, we could probably find some horses around here to do, you know, and stuff somewhere.
That would definitely be something
Well, that'd be
to look
great. I'd
into
love to do
doing.
that one of these days.
Yeah. Oh, and did you accept my request, which is really my husband's name's request, into what I'm so confused, which is your actual group? Because there's different groups that I found, I think, when I look up on
Oh yeah, I
Facebook.
kind of overdid it.
I have no idea. Like, well, I think I tried to get into whatever ones I put in there, and that was when I was in the middle of the last Zoom
Okay.
last week.
I think
So if you
are.
find me in one of them,
Yeah, I'll try and straighten that out. You know, I there for a while I was starting groups for everything under the sun on the foot, and I got overdone. I overdid it. Now everybody's confused and don't know what the heck to do. You know, so
and then you have multiple different trimming and mapping videos already that I've seen, but
Yeah.
then like some are a little older. Is there like
Yeah.
maybe one that you would more recommend over the other? Like maybe if there are some things that you already did that you think would be most beneficial, then I can try to use that.
Okay.
Although I don't know if it's because the foot is already more the way it should be, and it's not exactly,
Yeah.
you know, in my foot's condition. If there's anything you could kind of point me that I can try to soak in as much as possible, and I will start with the mapping or whatever.
Okay, I know that I did a file that has
in the
mapping
group
directions in it in the group. Yeah.
Okay.
Somewhere. But I'll
That'll be
send
good
it to
then.
you too. It's in Google
Okay.
Docs
Okay.
and stuff.
Thank
So
you
I'll
so
send
much.
that to you and
Thank you
stuff.
so much.
Sorry I'm not more organized. You know, sorry I'm not a business that's charging me, you know, $800 a whack.
Yeah.
You know, I apologize
No worries.
for that.
I ask a lot of questions, so
No, that's all
I
right.
guess we'll figure it out.
That's all right. You know, I wish I was more of a narcissist. You know, I made this into a business a long time ago and never ever fully pressed on to find all the truth. And then I'd be making a bunch of money too. Like all
And
these
you wouldn't
other
want to find the truth then.
No,
Yeah.
oh God, no. God, no. Then what would happen, I would find it and I would go, oh my God, I can't let people know this. You know, I've already sold them a whole bill of goods. So
Yeah.
that's what had happened there. Then that, believe it or not, that is what is happening. Don't think that some of these people don't know their crap don't work. You know,
Yeah.
they absolutely do know. You couldn't not know. You know, you couldn't not know. You just couldn't. I know enough to know. You could not know. You know that something ain't wrong. See, and start questioning it, but they won't question it at all. So, anyway, okay. Well, I better shut
Thank
up.
you.
All right. Hey, everybody have a great week.
Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
And If you are a praying person, pray that God will open up people's eyes, and you know, someday knowing the truth about horses' feet will be like hand washing. Okay?
Mm.
Everybody do it.
Sounds
Okay.
good. Thank you.
Everybody have a great day. You're
Thank you, you
awesome.
too.
God bless
Thank
you.
you.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye.